Howdy, howdy, good morning. Gonna be continuing where we left off in Umineko. Where we last left off. I believe it was pretty much directly after. Pretty much the scene break right after Battler and Erica found the solved the epitaph and found the gold. Oh boy, sorry, I'm still waking up a little bit. Still haven't been able to have any coffee here. I do got some tea though. Not too great at waking me up, I guess. That's something. Alright, yeah, just here. Oh. Yep. Got a new cloth for my glasses. This one kinda sucks now. It's a real well, whatever. Good enough. We deal with it. Yeah, okay. Game? Can you show up? There you go. Alright, so let's see. I was about to just play episode 5. Yeah, pretty much right here. Start of the chapter, I believe, after it found gold. The frantic golden drama. Alright, that sounds great. So, last we left off... Yeah, last we left off, they were going through the epitaph puzzle and how it could be solved, and then eventually, because Erica's so great, I'm gonna keep bashing on her. Because she's so great and amazing. She was able to deduce how to solve the epitaph. But they went through that. Battler ended up helping her. They gone through, did their research and whatnot, and then ended up actually making it to the epitaph. And man, girl's like a piece of work. She only wants to solve the riddle because Jessica dared speak back to her, and she just wants to see Jessica suffer. It's so bad. But that's pretty much it. We didn't do all too much last time because it was still the middle of the week. I just wanted to get the epitaph stuff out of the way from the week prior that we started. And I got most of the epitaph stuff figured out. Yo, howdy, Estram. Oh, right, I don't know why you coming here reminded me. But I just had a freaking thought come to me as I was, setting up stream and whatnot. What were the exact red text used for freaking... for Erica here? She's the detective, so she can't be the culprit, but there was some other stuff. Oh, I can just jump to a line by middle clicking, huh? I tried to do that to scroll faster. Oh, man. I wish it was easier to just jump to red text. I don't know what chapter that would have been in. It wouldn't have been prologue. Would it have been in the, like, first chapter? No, it'd be whenever she's introduced. Yeah, it's somewhere around here. Right? Okay. Yeah. Proclaimed Fruto Erica is the detective. Detective is not the culprit. No proof is needed to show this. The detective isn't the culprit. And Fruto Erica is not the culprit. Has no influence on any of Beto's games before now. Okay, so we don't need to worry about her before games, right? She does not exist in the worlds before this one, nor does she influence them. It only is increased by one person. Besides her, the number of people on the island's exactly the same as it was in previous games. Okay. So it's just hammering in that she can't be the culprit. And that's it. That's all I wanted to know. Alright, back to my thought that I was having, like, earlier. I think I'll turn that up slightly. She can't be the culprit, but I feel like she also wouldn't have, like, nothing stopping her from putting false blame on anyone else. As I was setting up stream, I had a thought that maybe she's only saying that Natsui is the culprit because she just hates Jessica and her entire family that much. And it wouldn't actually surprise me. She's the detective, but nothing she says has to be true. So I'm gonna be so upset if something like that ends up happening. That she's only saying that Natsui is the culprit because she just wants to get back at Jessica even more. Like, sure, Natsui has a thing where she's like having imaginary conversations with like Kenzo and all that. But I don't believe straight up that she can be the culprit just because Erica says so, like, at the very beginning. That's... I'm leaning more towards she's just that much of a insufferable person. Anyway. Some tea. I had no other thoughts besides that. I want it to be true so bad, so I have more reason to hate her. Alright, get going. Pause that. Get that out of here. Stop that. Bring back the game. Okay, just making sure sound is... I guess no music or sound effects or anything here. Go ahead and start. Oh, man. I almost don't want to continue. Almost. Knock, knock, knock. Sudden sound of someone banging fiercely on a door brought Natsui to her senses. She had probably nodded off in the study while planning how they would overcome the next day. But what could it be? At a time like this? More importantly, the knock itself was strange. If someone had wanted to contact her, they could have just used the internal phone line. She had told them that she would be here. Realizing that something strange was going on, Natsui shook her head one more time, completely throwing off her drowsiness. Oh no. Eva's here. It was Eva's voice. What does she want to talk about? Oh, probably they already announced the goal at this point and Eva's freaking out. That would check out with me, I think. Oops. What is this? I thought I told him to lock the doors and windows and mansion tightly after everyone left for the guest house. Why is Eva here? Nice cut-in. Natsui ran up to the door, responded with a small knock, and spoke through a door in a quiet voice.
なんでこんな時間にあんたがお父様の書斎にいるのよ。
静かになさいと申し上げています。当主様が何よりも沈黙と静寂を好まれることをお忘れですか。
今はそんなこと言ってる場合じゃないのよ。ご託はいいからとっととここを開けなさい。お父様を出して。
当主様は先ほどお休みになられたばかりです。何のご用か存じませんが、明日私が伺います。
あんたなんかに用はないわよ。いいからさっさとここを開けなさい。
It's trouble. Sometimes, all of one's schemes and assumptions can fall apart due to the most direct, simple, and emotional strategies. This is bad. If I open the door, Eva will probably throw herself forwards and rush into the study. Now, I can't even open this door. At that moment, the phone suddenly rang. It's alright. Both of the keys to the study are here. No one can open this door. Mitsui inched away from the door and grabbed the receiver.
もしもし、夏日です。
Across. It was from Cross. His tone was strained. The world happened. Oh yeah, there it is. Yeah. Makes sense why Eva was freaking out.
それは
ルドルフたちが押しかけてきている。これからバトラ君が全員立ち会いのもとに黄金の場所に案内すると言っている。
書斎の扉の前でエヴァさんが開けろと騒いでいます。今開けたら書斎の中に押し入ってくるかもしれません。
わかった。私もそこに行く。エヴァには構うな。何もせずにそこにいるんだ。扉の前からエヴァを追い払ったら合図するから、すぐに出てきたまえ。いいな。
This is... Oh man, this is getting tense. Right after that, Cross came up the staircase accompanied by Genji. A heated debate between him and Eva. A heated debate started between him and Eva. Open up. No, calm down. In the middle of that, there was a small knock as a signal. Cross had skillfully pushed Eva away from the door and distracted her. During that gap, Natsui slipped out of the study and quickly shut the door. Did he check for a receipt? That's above the door. Eva noticed this and her face twisted in disappointment. But the heavy-sounded autolock had already rang out and the door had been sealed. Did she take a key with her? Did she leave both of them in the study?
お父様にご報告するのが筋でしょうが、それとも何？お父様にはそれを伝えられない都合でもあるの？
親父殿からは床についたら何があっても起こすなと厳命されていてね。それを守るのは当主代行の務めだよ。
What's the word I'm looking here? Good cover?
そうだろう、源氏さん。
はい。親方様のお休みは何があろうとも
Been getting Genji to help cover for. Oh yeah.
それも時と場合によるでしょうが。だって碑文が解けたのよ。お父様には真っ先に知る権利があるわ。
もちろん明日、当主様には全てを私たちから報告します。それが当主代行である私たちの役目ですから。
そんなの知らないわよ。
You don't care about
いい
anything.
からこの扉を開けなさいよ。お父様に会わせなさい。お父様、お父様、聞こえていますか？エヴァです。ここを開けてください。話してよ。痛い。
私たちが話を聞くと言っている。やかましく扉を叩くな。
話してよ。話しなさいよ。
He's
クラウス様、親方様がお休み中と申し上げております。これ以上はお控えください。
When Genji spoke firmly, the two of them ceased their scuffle. Way to go, Genji. It seems that Genji, the one who had spoken for Kinzo since they were very young, still possessed an air of dignity strong enough to handle both Cross and Eva. Eva put her argument aside for the time being. She could worry about that after seeing the gold with her own eyes. After all, not even she had yet seen it for herself. Natsu and the others had managed to deal with this crisis somehow. However, the demon's move, which could sneer upon their efforts, was already in motion.
バトラが碑文の謎を解いたというのか。
エリカなる娘にだいぶ助けられたとはいえ、たどり着いたのはバトラーだった。エリカは黄金鏡の権利を放棄すると宣言している。よってバトラが黄金鏡にたどり着きし者だ。
運命とは実に面白いものです。バトラ様がたどり着くとは。
どうするのです、ベアト。碑文の謎を解く者が現れたなら、儀式は取りやめる約束ですよ。
そういう取り決めであったな。
There can be no killings,
そういう
except there
取り決めだ。
probably will be anyway, because someone's mad jealous.
バトラ様はどうやら黄金鏡の主となられるおつもりがないようだ。我らの主となる者はもはや。
それもまた運命です。ゴールドスミス教とのご縁で人間の世界に権限して数十年。とても楽しい時間でしたよ。やだ、リア。ババ臭い。で、どうするわけ？リーチェとゴールドスミスのルールなら、バトラが碑文を解き、主となることを選ばない以上、私たちはこれでお役御免じゃないの？
Yeah, go away.
そうであるな。私に未練は何もない。いつでも呼吸とすへ蹴落とされる覚悟はできておるぞ。
待て、そうはいかぬ。そなたの心残りはないかもしれぬが、わらわはまだ夏日に仕えておるぞ。
Really sticking that hard to her?
バトラが碑文を解いたからお役御免では、あまりに義理を書くというもの。魔女は契約違反を許さぬが、不義理もまた許されぬ。
でしょうな。親族会議を終えるまではきっちりとお使いするべきでしょう。
となると、ゴールドスミス教ももうしばらくはお役御免とはなりません。
Lord Goldsmith.
無事に親族会議を乗り越え、せめて夏日様にお別れの挨拶と、もしできるならこれまでの努力をねぎらわれるべきかと。
あれもよく具足を支えてきたものよ。
貴様など片刃をもがれた打天使ではないか。揃わぬ翼なら置き土産に捨てていけ。
それもよかろう。夏日ならば我が翼を背負うにふさわしいかもしれん。
I wonder if this is going through Natsui's head right now.
しかしここからが正念場となるぞ。
Fallen angel, one of its wings plucked off. Symbol is a one-winged eagle.
褒美は用意した。
Lord Oldsmith.
無事にこの試練を乗り越えてみよう。夏日。
Chris is leading everyone to the gold. There it is! The gold. Real gold. Happiness and marionette bonus. The mountain gold left everyone speechless. Regardless of how strongly they had believed in its existence, one could look at this much real gold and not be shocked.
こんな場所があるなんて。
信じられん。親父に。
Everyone was stunned by the gold. The first one to break the silence and jump around in ecstasy was Hideyoshi. Letting out an excited laugh, he clung to the wall of gold. And he felt the cold, hard touch of it all over his cheek. Hideyoshi going crazy over the gold, dude. Maybe a little suspicious.
これはすごいで。ほんまもんやで。
親
Oh, Rudolph too, I guess.
こんな黄金をこんなふざけたところに溜め込みやがって。
これだけあればもう何も怖くない。どんな試練だって乗り越えられる。ローザー姉さんこれで私たちは幸せになれるよね。
Wow, look at everyone so happy. Eva and Rosa started walking towards each other at the same time and hugged each other as they broke down crying. What a touching moment. Ecstasy and shock, wonder and sighs. After stepping forward in front of the pile of gold that caused these mixed emotions, Erica spoke as though she were an announcer in some show.
この世が金ならこの黄金は幸せの結晶です。おめでとうございます。皆さん、この発見が皆さんの人生をより豊かなものにすることを心よりお祈りいたしております。
I wouldn't wish that upon anyone.
脱帽だわ。この島に来て丸一日さえ過ごしてないあなたが碑文を解いてしまうなんて。
一日で解けないなら何日をかけようとも解けません。
Yeah, okay, dude.
灰色の脳細胞はひらめきを与えるのに瞬きする以上の時間を必要としませんので。そして私一人ではこの謎を解くことはできませんでした。バトラさんの功績もどうか称えてあげてください。
お
私はこの発見を放棄します。推理が正しかったことが証明されただけでもう満足していますので、黄金発見の功績のすべてをバトラさんに譲りたいと思います。私はここにおりますが、イボはいないものとして、どうぞお
we
話
got
をお
the
続きください。
evil, ominous sounding wind here.
バトラさんはいとこの皆さんに気づかれぬように大人の皆さんだけを呼び出しました。それが意味するところはただ一つ。皆さんに本当の親族会議を開いていただきたいからに他なりません。
エリカ、勝手に仕切るんじゃねえ。
これは失礼しました。それでは議事の進行役を譲ります。では誰に？
Shrugging, Erica looked around at everyone. After a short period of silence, Eva made the first move.
昼間の取り決め全員忘れてないでしょうね。
ああ、4人で25億ずつを山分けだ。そして次期当主にはさらに100億。
お待ちなさい。黄金の発見が次期当主を決めるなどと誰が決めたのですか？
Probably while you were out napping in the study.
おっと、そうはいかんで、夏日さん。これまでずっとそれを前提に話を進めてきたはずやで。今さらそれは白々しいとちゃうんか？
そうだわ。使用人の誰かが碑文を解いてしまって次期当主を名乗るかもしれないって怯えてたのは夏日姉さんじゃない。
どこにもそうだという明記はないがね。
卑劣感。私たち全員はそういう認識だったでしょうが。
そうだぜ兄貴、今さら手のひらを返そうってのか？
明文化されてなくてもそれは間違いなく私たちの共通認識だったはず。話にもならないとおっしゃるのはどうなのかしら。当主様の碑文を勝手に解釈されるのは困ります。黄金を見つけたらそのものが次期当主になるとどこに記されているというのです。当主様の碑文は当主様が決めたもの。皆さんに決めつける権利などありません。
夏日、落ち着きなさい。
これが落ち着けるというのですか？確かに碑文を解いた功績は素晴らしいと思います。バトラ君にも何かの見返りがあっても良いとは思います。しかしそれが半分というのは明らかに逸脱していますし、それ以上に発見者だから次期当主という論法はなおまかり通りま
Oh
せん。
man.
卑怯だわ夏日姉さん。今日の昼間にしてた話と全然違う。
同感だぜ。明文化されてなくても碑文を解いたやつが次期当主になるってのは俺たちの不分率で最前提だったはずだ。
Dude, Erica's fucking loving what's going on right now.
それを もこの土壇場でごちゃごちゃ言い出すのはフェアじゃねえぜ。ああ、フェアじゃねえ。
とにかくこの黄金はお父様の黄金です。お父様の許可なく勝手に分配を決めていいものではありません。
そらない。そら卑怯やで、夏井さん。わしらその話を延々と昼間にしたんやで。昼間の話を全部チャラや言うんか。そらあんまりやで。
多数決で決めればいいのよ。黄金を発見したバトラ君が次期当主。私も夫も異議はないわ。
You have no objections? I guess you just want the gold, huh?
ルドルフたちは？ローザは？
意義なんかねえぜ。バトラー、よくやった。
Oh, congratulations from Rudolph.
バトラ君は非分に選ばれた正当な跡継ぎよ。不満ならお父様に直接聞けばいいんだわ。
そうね。夏日姉さんの言った通り、非分の謎を出題したのはお父様。そしてこの黄金の本来の持ち主もお父様だわ。だったらお父様に話を聞くべきじゃないのかしら。バトラ君という発見者はどう扱われるのか、それについて決めていいのはお父様だけのはずだわ。
Oh, man.
だから落ち着けと言ったのだ。
ローザとキリエさんの言う通りだわ。お父様に聞きましょうよ、お父様に。もはやね、兄さんたちの出番じゃないのよ。
せやせや、お父さんを連れてこんかい。あんたらじゃ話にならへん。ほんまの親族会議を始めようやないか。眠いから明日にしろっちゅう問題に見えまっか。これ舐めとったらえらい問題になりますぜ。おう、聞いとるんかい。お前らじゃ
Man,
話になら
Hideyoshi
へ
getting
んこと
real forceful.
たったとお父さん連れてこんかい。
親族会議っていつもこういうのなんですか？
俺が知るか。
腹の中ではいつもこうなのでしょうね。どうもこの場は金蔵さんじゃないと収められなくなるみたい。子供の喧嘩に余命あとわずかと宣告されてる今になってもまだ呼び出されるなんて、どういう気持ちかしらね。それを想像、いいえ、推理するのもおつなものです。
Eater. The parents ignored Battler and Erica and kept yelling at each other on and on. Even though Battler had more or less imagined this sort of thing happened behind the scenes, this was the first time he had seen it. He had suspected it since 6 years ago, and he'd been able to get a pretty good idea of what this was like by the darkening expression on his parents' faces when this time of year drew near. However, this argument his relatives were having before his eyes was much more ugly than he had imagined. He was very glad that he called the adults out here without letting the cousins catch wind of anything. I can only imagine how Jessica would have been acting if she was down here with everyone. Perhaps because everyone was tired out from the seemingly endless argument, they took a short break. It was decided that this family conference inside the Golden Land should be moved over to the mansion. The place may have been gorgeous, like a VIP room, but there was no ventilation and it was a little cold. It wasn't well suited for a long conversation. They thought of the possibility that someone might carry the gold away while their backs were turned. All of it? But it wasn't as if someone could manage much with just human hands and a small amount of time when they had 10 tons of gold to deal with. In fact, it even seemed as though having this mountain of gold in the background was robbing them of the ability to make sound decisions. So they agreed to return to the mansion, in part so that they could regain their composure and continue the conference more ruthlessly. That's suspiciously 10 tons of gold-shaped Eva as they're walking up. Anyone seen the gold? No.
それでは私は今夜はこれで失礼します。これ以上はご邪魔でしょうから。
You were in the way from the very beginning.
お、悪いな。気を使わせちまったか。
あなたへのお礼は明日改めてさせてちょうだいね。恥ずかしいところを見せてごめんなさい。
あなたは辞退すると言ったけど、私たちはあなたへの感謝の気持ちを込めて第一発見者の一人にふさわしい分け前を用意させていただくわ。 兄さん。
君ほどの人で我々の事情は察してくれると思うね。
20 billion yen in gold wasn't something they wanted out in the open. They didn't want an outsider like Erica telling people about it. Of course, Erica had already deduced that much. She wore an unpleasant smile on her face as though she understood all too well.
私のことはお気になされなくて結構です。もちろん口外する気もありません。したところで証拠を示せぬ限り誰も信じないでしょうし、今夜は良いものを見せてもらいました。眼福でしたので、私はこれでもう十分です。
そうね。
Oh, fan.
10トンの黄金なんてなかなか見られるものじゃないもんね。
I don't think that's what she was talking about, Eva. Getting to see the gold was a feast for the eyes? Of course not. From Erica's dark nature, it was easy to guess what she was so happy about seeing. Yeah, see, there it goes. I thought about telling her to get the hell out of here already, but I wanted out myself. I tried to head back to the guest house along with Erica. However, Kiri-san grabbed my shoulder.
バトラ君はダメよ。あなたも一緒に来てちょうだい。
せやせや、君は今や立派な次期当主なんやで。お父さんにお目通りして早くそれを認めてもらわんとな。
それを決めていいのは当主様だけです。勝手なことを決めないように。
バトラ、面倒だろうがもうしばらく付き合ってもらうぜ。お前は何も言うな。黙ってうつむいてりゃいい。分かったな。
好きにしやがれ。
It would be easy to say that I had no interest in being the successor to the head. But I was sure that that would only add more oil to the fire. Even if I hadn't been ordered to keep quiet, I was certain that staying shut up like a clam was the wisest thing to do. In that case, would it really be so bad if they just let me go back to the guest house? Dad put his arm firmly around my shoulder and I told him to quit crowding me. But it didn't make a difference.
気分解けたな。お前のお望み通りに。お前がゲームマスターの時にはいつも手紙が来るもんな。碑文を解いてみろ。解けなきゃ皆殺しだ。
But now we weren't able to get even that. Why did she want to make us solve the riddle of the epitaph? By solving it, we found a mountain of gold. Yippee for us. What about Beto? Did she gain anything by having us find the gold? Or does she lose something?
チェスパン思考にのっとる限り、人は自らが損になる一手は打たない。だからお前は、俺たちが碑文を解くことで何か得をするはずなんだ。
いいえ、碑文を誰かが解くことで、この子が何かを得ることはありません。
Nothing to gain from having someone solve the epitaph.
いいのか、こいつに断らずに勝手に赤き真実を使っちまっても。
この子もそれを望むでしょうから。
Regalia, who had suddenly appeared there, gave me an intermediate answer to my question with the red truth.
俺は過去にベアトが碑文を俺たちに解かせようとするのは、黄金の隠し場所を見つけさせて横取りするためだと推理したことがある。それも違うのか？
はい、第一、もともと黄金鏡の黄金はこの子のもの。見つけさせる必要も横取りする必要も何もありません。
Of course. Beto is Beatrice the Golden. She's the master of the Golden Land and Ushiromiya family alchemist. That makes total sense. However, if that's true, that makes me even more confused. Even if someone exposes the answer to the epitaph's riddle, Beto gains nothing. No, to the contrary, she might get her own gold stolen away.
なら、ますますにわからない。碑文殺人はわかる。後ろ宮家に対する復讐とか、あるいは魔女としての力を復活させるための儀式とか、こいつなりの理由や目的があってやってるんだろうからな。だが、碑文の謎を解けというのにはどんな意味があるんだ。俺たちが解いても解かなくても、こいつに得るものは何もない。
Isn't... And this thought confirms Beatrice is real? Think so? Gold of the Golden belongs to her from the start. No need to make anyone find it first. Nothing to gain from having someone solved it. Does it, like, soft confirm he's real? Hmm. Are we sure this is Beatrice? Like the one that's all... like emotionless and whatnot right now. At the end of episode 4, she did do a thing where she... I don't know, basically summoned another one of herself, something like that. Just showing us her heart and then giving us that riddle. But then also there was a little bit before that when Battler was having his test. There was obviously two Beatrices like there as well. One was disappointed and went away, and the other one took over. Makes me wonder if this isn't the real Beatrice that we've known so far, which could have this epitaph, like, or this epitaph, this red truth, make a bit of sense. This child, referring to that Beatrice, but not the Beatrice, right? B2, B3s. But then how the golden golem belongs to her? I'll think about that a bit more. The point of telling us to solve the epitaph, whether we solve it or not, she gains nothing. Alright, and another thought I have is, let me read that first. Even if all that's, like, not true, has nothing to gain. But could that mean because she's not gaining, like, because he's, like, passing on her title and possession of the gold? That could be... that could be what she wants to achieve, right? She's not gaining anything per se, but she's passing on the title and the name of, like, the witch Beatrice, extending its life? That makes sense? Like, I was thinking Beatrice is endless because she keeps passing down her name to the next in line. Yeah? So, like, that way she can technically exist forever. Even if it's not the, or, like, original Beatrice. that had the name at the beginning. That's basically how it worked in question arcs, yeah? Like episode 3 and 4, that was basically what they were all saying. So I feel like that in mind, having us like solve the epitaph, she gains nothing because she's passing everything down to the next. Yeah? That makes sense? Am I explaining that right? Probably. What's the point of telling her to solve the or tell that? What's the point of her telling us to solve the epitaph, whether we solve it or not? She gains.
つまりベアとにとって非分の謎が解ける解けないという問題は無価値なものなんだ。
そうですね。非分の謎が解けても解けなくても、この子にとって得るものは何もありません。
Whether Epitaph's riddle is solved or not, she has nothing at all to gain.
解けても解けなくても何の意味もない。それはつまり非分の謎自体がベアトにとって無価値だということになるんじゃないのか。
そうですね。非分の謎はこの子にとって何の意味もない。ならばそれを無価値であると極論しても言い返せないかもしれませんね。
Eta, why are you making us solve the riddle of the epitaph? If we listen, or if we liken the witch you are to a pair of scales, the epitaph murders lie on one plate, and the riddle of the epitaph lies on the other plate. Because she's saying that she will stop the epitaph murders if the epitaph is solved. Mari, in other words, the epitaph murders and the epitaph's riddle are worth the same to Beto. Like two sides on a balanced scale. That means the epitaph's riddle is and massacring the entire family have equal significance from Beto's point of view. But Virgilius responded with the red text. Regardless of whether the epitaph is solved or not, Beto has nothing to gain. He has nothing to gain, and this epitaph's riddle is meaningless and immaterial to Beto. In that case, how much are the epitaph murders, which lie on the other side of the scales, and are equal to the epitaph's riddle in value, worth to her? Think. Don't stop thinking. The epitaph murders and solving the riddle of the epitaph have equal worth. As long as the epitaph murders, which are Beto's goal each time, have this single way that they can be stopped, a way that she decided on herself, both are worth the same thing to her. X equals Y. And whether the epitaph's riddle is solved or not, Beto gains nothing. Y equals 0. In that case, what is X?
おいおい、それじゃ非分殺人もまた無意味無価値ってことになっちまうぞ。こいつはご丁寧に予告状を出し、非分に沿うように順番にバレないように次々殺していくというめちゃくちゃ面倒な手間を払ってまで毎度あのおかしな連続殺人を起こしてるんだぜ。
Oh, math in your Uminekos? Too bad. Nothing but math.
その意味がなくなっちまうじゃねえか。
I flipped over the chessboard many times exploring Beto's moves. This was always the first place I stumbled. The significance of the epitaph murders. Why did she have to commit serial murders in a way that reproduced the witch's epitaph? If she wanted to kill the whole Ushiromiya family for revenge, it would be much simpler, safer, and more reliable if she just put poison into their dinner. Or else went around killing people one by one in the middle of the night while they were sleeping. However, on the first evening, Beto sends us a letter that sounds like an advance notice, and then carries out what could be broadly described as a 3-part serial murder, killing 6 people on the first twilight, 2 on the second, and 5 on the fourth and later. We aren't fools. Once the first murders occur, we barricade ourselves in some... Once the first murders occur, we barricade ourselves in somewhere to stave off any further murders. Furthermore, we quickly suspect a culprit among us and start analyzing each other's alibis. As the victims increase, the number of suspects decreases automatically. Beto's chances of completing the serial murders drop closer and closer to 0. Everything about the Epitaph murders is full of useless, ornate, and empty decoration. That only seems to make it harder for her to carry out the serial murder.
こいつは自分で自分の目的の難易度。
そうなりますね。おかしな子ですね。
知ってるか？ミステリー小説ではこういう非分殺人のことを見立て殺人という。
Did he read Among Us without making reference? I was thinking it, don't you worry. I just didn't say it. So I wanted to continue the story, dude. Did you know in mystery novels there are sometimes murders that follow the events of a poem or nursery rhyme, just these epitaph
こ
murder.
の見立て殺人が行われる理由を俺は3つに大別できると思ってる。
伺いましょう。
一つは非分に沿うことで証拠やアリバイをごまかし犯人に利するためだ。死んだふりをして自らを犠牲者に混ぜる古典もこれだし、非分に沿わずに殺人を犯し、その発生順序を誤解させることによってアリバイを作るのもこれだ。
Is committing murders in an order that doesn't follow the path.
なるほど。非分に沿って儀式的に殺していると見せかけて、実は自分に利するように誘導しているわけですね。面白いと思います。
だが俺たちのゲームでは死者が赤でとどめを刺されちまう。ゲーム版の世界ではごまかせても、ここから俯瞰する俺たちはごまかせない。だからこの最も王道となる目的は違うってことになる。
となると、見立て殺人を行うあと2つの理由は？
一つは偶然。
Accident.
意図せずして行った連続殺人がたまたま非分をなぞる形になり、目撃者たちが勝手に見立て殺人だと誤解するケース。
And what? The third one would be doing it that way to make it seem supernatural and hard to pinpoint it was them?
人間はどのような事象にも因果性を求めてしまう。きっとそうに違いないと思ったら、そう見えてしまう生き物だ。
なるほど。それも面白いですね。ですが、どうでしょう。この子のゲームでは、第一の晩の殺人以前に常に事件が予告されている。そして明白に非分殺人を遂行していることを示す手紙や状況証拠が次々に見つかるはずです。
ああ、そうだな。偶然なんかじゃない。ベアとは初めから非分殺人を見せつける目的で遂行している。俺たちが誤解してるんじゃない。これは明白な見立て殺人なんだ。だからこの理由でもない。
I don't know, the murders of episode 4 barely followed anything.
となると、最後の一つの理由になりますね。
最後の一つは、見せつけること。
Show the murder.
つまり恐怖だ。非分に沿うということは、殺人が連続するという明白な予告だ。生存者たちは、続くに違いない殺人にずっと怯えさせられることになる。
つまりこの子は死の恐怖を味わわせるために非分殺人を。
と思うと割と収まりがいい。グロい遺体損壊も悪趣味な装飾も全て俺たちを怖がらせるための演出。
誰を怖がらせるためなのですか？
だからそれは俺たちを。
After hearing that one line Vergalia spoke so casually, my thoughts clouded over once again. Is it really enough to just use the vague word us? A lot of people in the Ushiromiya family. There's the head, the one who holds the rank of his successor, grandfather and Uncle Kraus. Our parents who have some pull in the business world. On the other side, you have the young cousins who usually visit at most once a year. And the unfortunate servants who just happen to be on duty. Even if the culprit hated all of us, they probably didn't hate all of us equally. In other words, they probably made it clear which of those among us they particularly wanted to take revenge against and terrify. We liken this to a kid eating dessert. Isn't the strawberry on top of the shortcake the part you should eat last? No one tells you you shouldn't eat it first, but our mentality leads us into saving it for later. I eat the strawberry first. Yes.
じゃあ、最も恨んでいる人物を最後まで残したがるってことになるよな。
Onanjo mentioned it's over. In that case, the culprit would want to leave the person they hated most until the end. Isn't that usually you, Battler? I was thinking episode 1, maybe that was Natsui, but she didn't die last. We don't know who might have died last. It was one of the 4 kids, but it was probably Battler, right? Episode 2. I'm not sure we can trust any events after the Golden Land opens, but Battler didn't die last. It was either Maria or Rosa. Episode 3, Battler did die last. Actually, it was either him or Jessica. I think it's decent chance it was him, though. Episode 4. Battler did for sure die last. I think... There was that one scene where, like, Battler woke Maria up. I think that was episode 4, yeah. And it was, like, joking around with her and made her angry, and she was, like, I guess visualizing how she wanted to kill him, like, 10,000 times before forgiving him. What else? In this episode, there was the mysterious, like, guy on the phone who was talking in Battler's voice. Near the end of episode 4, there was the whole, like... The whole, like, successor test thing that they had. Where... Apparently Battler did something 6 years ago? Some sort of sin that he doesn't remember? I'm trying to think through more scenes in the first 4 episodes. Thinking, in episode 1, both Kyrie and Rudolph are dead. Episode 2... Pretty sure they are part of the first 6 murders again. Episode 3... Like a whole ring of murders. They didn't die till a bit later. When did they die? They died in the mansion. Right. Episode 4. I think Rudolph died pretty much immediately, and then later it was Curie, like as she was chatting to Battler at the very end. They got small bombed. Very small bombs. And like at the end of like each that game, I suppose. We only seen 4 of them, but usually it's like no one gets to go to the Golden Land because Battler's so stubborn or something along those lines, it said. And usually he's always just missing. Body never found. Went straight to hell eaten by demons and all sorts of stuff like that. Who hates Battler the most? He hasn't been around for like 6 years. That's not much reason to start hating him, right? Interesting thoughts to be had there. But I think it checks out. I guess we'll see how this episode wants to end for that to see if it continues like matching. Because I think it's pretty plausible that Battler is the one to die last each time. Or should we only think about it who dies last in each of the... like after the Twilights? Like whoever keeps getting pierced in the leg. In that case, the culprit will want to leave the person they hate him most until the end. Yeah, similar to what was said by my favorite character in this novel. Yeah, and this is right here. Something about how if you start killing the people closest to someone, make them feel that sadness, then kill that person last of all. That makes me think it has to be Battler. And why I was thinking about when his parents were killed in each episode.
おやおや、恐ろしい小説もあったものですね。くわばらくわばら。
じゃあ、最後まで生き残る奴が最もベアトに恨まれてるって論法になるぜ。しかし、毎回毎回殺される人間も順序もめちゃくちゃじゃねえか。最終的には死ぬにせよ、最後の晩まで毎回生き残る奴なんて。
What? I think no, Maria didn't die close to the end at all in episode. Jessica died pretty early on in episode 2. It's pretty much just him, right? Just Battler? There's only me. Oh, what are you gonna say? Well, yeah, we weren't getting to that. Damn, my theory that Battler was the culprit in episode 4 destroyed. He's not the culprit, hasn't killed anyone, and can be said of all games.
俺ってことになる。こいつが非分殺人を起こす唯一の理由は俺に見せつけるためってことになる。
Beto's always making out that she chooses who to kill next by roulette. But I'm an exception. The only exception. Though she does kill me in the end, she always leaves me until the very last moment. In all of these supposedly random games, there's only this one unchanging constant.
こいつは俺に復讐を、俺に恐怖を味わわせるために非分殺人を行っているというのか。
それは違います。恐怖を味わわせるのが目的ではありません。誰かに復讐するためのものでもありません。
ならやはり非分殺人には意味なんてないことになる。非分の謎も無意味、対となる非分殺人も無意味。 X イコール Y イコール0だが、その無意味をこいつは明白に俺に対して見せつけている。無意味なことと同価値の何を俺に求めているんだ。わからねえ。考えれば考えるほどにこいつが何を考えてるのか俺にはわからねえ。
Beatrice, a fickle witch who committed a meaningless, worthless serial murder. Even the riddle of the epitaph, which she made into a condition to suspend the serial murders, is meaningless, immaterial. And she's thrusting this meaningless, immaterial thing in front of my face. What is it that you want from me? Or else, what is it that you want to give me? Okay, it's specified as someone, not Battler specifically. I was having a quick thought that if this said to make you feel fear or whatnot, or like not to make you feel fear and not to have revenge on you, that could still mean whoever is the actual like other battler. Dead, but I guess that's out the window. My idea that Beto must have been taking revenge on me, that's already been refuted in red by Virgilia. Both X and Y, both the Epitaph murders and the Epitaph's riddle, mean nothing to Beto. X equals Y equals 0. However, since he's thrusting that in front of me, it must have some meaning. He presents us a pair of scales representing, if you don't solve the Epitaph, I'll carry out the Epitaph murders. Neither the Epitaph murders nor the Epitaph's riddle have any significance by themselves. However, it becomes meaningful when she puts two halves on the scales and thrusts it out before us. No, before me. In other words, Mari should be like this. X equals 0, Y equals... X plus Y is greater than 0. A scale of meaningless, weightless things on both sides. However, it has weight itself and gives the rest meaning. Rock, paper, scissors is the most intermediate method of randomly determining a winner and a loser. Usually bet on some sort of privilege on the outcome, but kids often do rock, paper, scissors just to play, without betting anything in particular. Unless you bet something, nothing but a feeling of joy or disappointment will come from a win or loss. In other words, Samadhi, the two sides of the scale, winning and losing, are both valueless. However, the very act of seeing which way it will tip is the reason kids play rock, paper. After all, the kids are enjoying the communication that surrounds the game, and they aren't purely interested in the value of winning or losing. They aren't overly concerned about who wins and who loses.
非分殺人は成功してもしなくてもいいものってことになっちまう。まるでその過程そのものを楽しんでいるかのようにさえ。以前の俺なら無意味な殺人を繰り返す非道な魔女だと決めつけ、こいつを罵っただろうさ。だが今の俺にはそうとは思えない。
ありがとう。だから赤をもう一つ与えましょう。
Oh, one more?
ベアとは快楽目的で殺人を行っていることはありません。
Beto never committed murder for the sake of pleasure. He didn't do it for pleasure, and she didn't do it to make anyone feel fear. She has nothing to gain from the Epitaph murders, and she doesn't care whether they succeed or fail. It's almost like a random game kids would play.
違う。意味があるんだ。こいつには。
意味とは何ですか？
わからない。天秤の両端は無価値だ。こいつにとってこの天秤はしっかりと重みあるものなんだ。
Of course it isn't meaningless. Some meaning definitely exists. In previous games, she urged me to remember my sin of 6 years ago. Was that meaningless too? No. There's no way that's the case. I clearly remember the serious look in her eyes at that moment. Unfortunately, I didn't have a clue what she was talking about. She was devastated. That's right. At that time, I'm sure she even went as far as to say the crime wouldn't have occurred if I hadn't come.
意味はある。こいつにとっては意味が。そしてそれを俺に求めてる。
I laughed softly and poked Beto lightly on the head. Then patted her head.
ラブレターには次からは好きですと短く書くことを勧めるぜ。あまり回りくどくて難解だと意味が伝わらねえぞ。こいつが何を考えてるのか。だが俺は考えることをやめないぜ。まだまだチェス盤をひっくり返せ。お前の思考をたどる旅を。俺は絶対にくじけないからな。
Epitaph has no meaning, murders have no meaning. Together they should. Not done for pleasure, not done to instill fear. If I think about it from like from let's say the perspective of Maria, if this was her doing, wouldn't the meaning be like, wouldn't the meaning of everything, I'm tripping over words. Wouldn't the meaning boil down to trying to prove that magic is real? It doesn't matter whether the epitaph riddle is solved or not, or the murder succeed or not. It's the illusion of magic being there at all being the main point. I don't think Maria could actually think of all this together for that to be the case, right? But we do know from episode 4 and that like diary, the grimoire, that Maria's thoughts like I guess after the death of Sakataro, her thoughts started getting darker, and the kind of spells that she wanted to cast and all that becoming like more sad and twisted. So maybe darker yet darker. The true family conference. It's only been like an hour, but I'm gonna go ahead and take a short break real quick. I gotta go to the restroom. A quick BRB. So give me a couple minutes here. I'll be right back. Put this music on. Needs a break before it gets haircut. She's gonna be in this chapter? Spoilers? Wow. A loud wind back. Ugh. And I was thinking more on what I was talking about earlier, how it feels like there's meaning to it if I think in through it through like the point of view of Maria. I don't think I could do the same with any other character. But the murders wouldn't have happened if Battler didn't go? I don't know. Like, Battler deciding to return causes everything. But why would him returning cause everything? Did they just forget that they were angry until they saw Battler? I don't think that could be it. Or if it's the only... but it wasn't for, like, revenge or to make him feel fear. Well, would it be revenge or to make him feel fear if the point of it was to try to, like, show that magic is real, give the illusion of magic being real, showing it to him? And he wasn't around for like 6 years, so the chance for that wouldn't have been able to happen until he decided to return. Right? And then that would, like, after he returns, that would be your, like, shot to do everything. I think maybe it's making sense. I think I kind of like what I'm thinking of here. She dies off screen? Alright, so she's not in this chapter. Spoiler? Everything's a spoiler. I gotta maybe get more coffee soon. Probably in the next hour. Another short break for me to boil some water and get some more coffee going. There's also times when Maria acts all weird. Like in episode 2, before she and Rosa died. As soon as Rosa mentioned taking her out to see the rose, her, like, attitude changed completely. Yes, there's also the way her attitude changes when she reads the letter in episode 1. I was gonna say that it's probable for Maria just to have the umbrella and then lie about getting it from Beatrice. During the times when she's, like, out there looking for a rose. But in episode 2, Rosa was with Maria when she got the umbrella, right? Or she wasn't... I don't think she was given an umbrella, actually. She was... Her candy got fixed. I don't know. Oh, actually, in episode 4, it was said that Maria got the umbrella from Kinzo, but there's no way that could have happened because he's dead. I don't think it was ever mentioned that Rosa was there to witness that. I think that's just what Maria told everyone. But why would she say Kinzo gave her the umbrella? That has to be a lie then, right? She didn't say when she got it from Kinzo. Could have been another year. True, but still, I think that's a bit of a stretch. And then, of course, we do know, like, we can see how well connected Beatrice and Maria are. But then I think about the end of episode 1. Maria definitely ran to, like, cling to someone. Supposedly Beatrice, but, Or is it... No, because it said that Battler's the one with the sin. I was gonna say... Could it be that Battler isn't the one that's hated the most and it's instead Angie? Because in the end, she's the one that has to deal with her entire family, like, being killed and gone. We saw that much in, Well, the Battler's still the one with the sin, obviously, but... That wouldn't mean that that wouldn't automatically mean that he's also needs to be the one that's hated the most. And then, how old is Angie at this point in time? Isn't she, like... 9? 6 now, 18 later, okay. Would Battler's... Would Angie's birth have something to do with it? I don't know, I'm still obviously missing pieces here. But I like the thinking. Alright, let's let's finally continue here. This is yapping on to the sound of this rain. He's actually Angie's dad. No. How horrible. The true family conference. Battler did nothing but gaze lazily out the window. The fighting between the relatives continued without end. Very getting pregnant was what made him leave the family, so kind of. You know what? True. something about that doesn't seem right. Was she actually born? Was she actually 6 at this point in time? Was she actually born when, like right when he left? I feel like she wouldn't have that much of an attachment to Battler if they didn't at least live together for a short while before he left, right? Maybe she's so attached to him because they weren't able to see each other often. Hmm. Now let's keep continuing. At first, the relatives have crowded around the study. However, no matter how much they knocked, the master of the study did not answer even once. Eva and several others said that they should open the door with the second key, the one Genji held. However, in a flash of brilliance, Natsui said that Kinzo had been in a particularly bad mood and taken back the key they previously given Genji, meaning that he now had both keys himself. He claimed that it was therefore impossible for them to open the door. Flash of brilliance! So smart! After she promised to let them meet Kinzo tomorrow morning no matter what, they finally returned to the dining hall. But of course, the argument continued on, even after they returned there. Eva's group wanted a lot of cash very soon, more than anything else. And they were trying to threaten Cross somehow to make him pay up. Why? You already got a share of gold. Do you need even more money that soon? Apparently, Battler's solving of the epitaph, which threatened Cross's position as the next head, had given the others a huge tailwind. On the other side, Cross and Natsui denied the very basis of their argument, claiming that it had never been specified that ownership of the gold would be handed over to the person who solved the epitaph. They asserted that it hadn't been hidden gold, just Kinzo's stockpile. And it was still Kinzo's property, which meant that it was only natural for it to be distributed after Kinzo's death with the rest of the inheritance. After hearing this, Eva's group once again started demanding that they be allowed to see Kinzo. It had probably been clear as day from the beginning. The sibling fight could only be settled by Kinzo. It was obvious that this confusion was between Eva's group, which wanted cash fast, and Cross's, who was hiding his lack of funds but still didn't need money right away. As Battler listened vaguely to this exchange, he marveled at how, despite their usual affluent airs, they were all surprisingly deep in debt.
それもさっき聞いた話ではないかね。もういい。休止しよう。お互い一度した話を延々と繰り返しているだけだ。
According to the clock, it was almost midnight. It certainly was perfect time for a break. The atmosphere relaxed just a bit.
同感や。お互い一服するのも悪くないで。ほな以後は議事を取りながらにせんか。言った言わないはもうごめんや。
まったくだわ。下の根も乾かないうちにそんなことは言ってないなんて。平気で言い出す兄さんとの会議に議事録は必須だものね。文字じゃ書くのも手間だし、インチキだっていくらでもできるわ。
そうだな、兄貴。こいつは動くのか。
What? Got a voice recorder?
オーディオセットかね。なるほど。それならば議事を手書きせずに済むし、捏造もできんね。互いにとって公平だ。
勝手にいじらないように。当主様の大切な音楽テープですよ。
The dignified tape set had a sense of weight to it, which matched its majestic dining hall perfectly. On pleasant Sunday mornings, it would sometimes be used to play famous tapes or records. However, right now, it was the most neutral and impartial conference record keeper holder around. Rudolph fished randomly around a cassette rack, searching for a blank tape. Every time he found some tape with sophisticated music, he would chuckle at how pompous it was.
失礼します。お呼びでしょうか。
休憩することになったの。申し訳ないんだけど、何か飲み物を用意してもらえないかしら。ビスケットみたいなものがあってもいいかもね。
かしこまりました。すぐにご用意いたします。
あとごめんなさい、風邪薬あるかしら。さっきから熱っぽくて。
Feverish.
なら無理は良くないな。休みたまえ。
ローザがいいと思うなら好きに休めば。私ならこの大事な会議中に風邪くらいじゃ休まないけどね。
そうかね。私は遠慮なく休ませてもらうよ。夏日、私たちも少し休まないかね。
はい、あなた。
Sensing that he meant to have a strategy meeting, Natsui stood up. Even if that wasn't the case, she was so desperate to get out of the room, even for a moment, that she'd taken any excuse. Ross and Natsui left the dining hall, the tension in the room truly relaxed.
バトラ君もお疲れ様。最悪の気分でしょ。
Could be
大
a
人
bit.
の階段だと思って諦めて。
俺はいつまでここでボサーっとしてりゃいいんすかね。
さあ、バトラ君は私たちのおみこしだからね。眠い？
古典の授業程度には。
今夜はどうせお父さんは現れないでしょう。クラウス兄さんたちが戻ってきたら、バトラ君はもう戻っていいかと提案してみるわ。
よろしく頼むぜ。
Thank you, Kyrie. Tap, tap. A light knock and the faint sound of china clinking together could be heard.
失礼します。
お茶をお持ちいたしました。
Shannon and Canon had come by with a serving cart. Pleasant smell of black tea relieved their tension all the more.
よ、
Oh, nice.
話は聞いてるか？
何のお話でしょうか。
僕たちは何も。
よしなさい、ルドルフ。教える必要は何もないわ。
Why not?
僕たちは家具ですから、親族会議のお話には関心ありません。
そうね。それが賢い返事だわ。
深夜勤なの？大変ね。
そういうお役目ですので、ご用命いただけて嬉しいです。
そうかもしれんな。することもなくぼんやり起きてる方がしんどいもんや。わしも下積み時代に倉庫番とかやったことあるんやけどな。
Warehouse keep.
ただ起きてるだけでもこれがとにかく辛いんや。戦争直後はな、物資泥棒とかゾロゾロおってな。警察も頼れん時代で、とにかく物騒でな。
Hideyoshi was particularly proud of how he had started with nothing and built up assets by diverting goods from the American army. Diverting goods. Once the subject came up, Hideyoshi tended to get pretty talkative. Relatives knew this and were greatly relieved to see it that a perfect sacrifice had come up.
バレたら一大じゃ。アメさんは怖いで。牛肉食っとるからパワーも桁違いや。捕まったら最後銃殺刑かデスバイハンギングや。わかるか？デスバイハンギング。それでな、わしは思うたんや。肉や肉や。日本人はもっと肉を食わなあかん。そしてわしは胃袋をつかむ商売を始めなあかんという典型を受けたんや。
That's where you got the idea for your restaurants?
はあ、それは大変なお仕事ですね。
よしなさいよ、あなた。戦後生まれにいくら話しても当時の苦労なんか伝わらないわよ。
ん？またわしの悪い癖が出てしもうたな。すまんすまん。
あなたたちもお茶をしていきなさいよ。たまには自分たちがどういう紅茶を入れてるか、その下で学ぶのもいい勉強になると思うわ。
いえ、結構です。お気遣いなく。
少し付き合ってくれよ。大人ばかりで俺も窒息しそうなんだ。
そら、次期当主のバトラ様のご命令だぞ。
The new successor,
そこに座っ
Battler.
て俺たちそれで最近の出来事とか趣味とか見てるテレビとか若者の今の流行りとかそういう話をしやがれ。俺たちの勉強になるからな。
明暗ね。ほら、 二人とも座って。そして話題に飢えた私たちの生贄になってちょうだい。
Sacrifices. Wait a minute.
そうやな。若い子と話をしよう思たら、キャバクラでもいかんとこの年では難しいわ。
いつまでボサッと突っ立ってんのよ。ルドルフが座れと命令したわ。座りなさいよ。私も許可してあげるわ。
After getting Eva's permission, Shannon and Kana looked at each other and finally obeyed, nervously. For a while, the two were pounded by questions and became the relatives' playthings. Tap tap. Another reserved knock could be heard. All of the servants tended to knock in a similar manner, so no one noticed anything strange. However, Shannon and Canon turned around with surprised looks on their faces. The servants here today included two of them, Genji, Kumasawa, and Goda. Goda had a midnight shift at the guest house. Kumasawa had gone to bed in the servants' quarters in the guest house. They were in here, so Genji was the only person left. But they knew very well that Genji wouldn't knock like that.
誰だ？開いてるぜ。勝手に入れよ。
Rudolph didn't recognize the knock either. And when he asked who is it, everyone came to the same realization that they too had no idea who would knock like that. After that, the same knock repeated just once more. Could it be that someone had their hands full and was asking that the door be opened for them? As a slightly odd feeling began to encompass the room, the sound of the large clock in the hall could be heard. It was the sign that October 4th had ended and October 5th had begun. A short while earlier, we're going back in time a little bit. Dude, who was the door? Was it one of them? Ross and Natsui were well away from the dining hall in a deserted corridor on the second floor.
それしか手はないのかね。
Yep, no other options. We gotta kill them all.
はい。
Oh, don't give me that track. After I said that.
明日一日、同じではもはや通用しないでしょう。これ以上を渋れば、エヴァさんたちはお父様を監禁しているなどと主張して、警察に訴える可能性さえあります。もう、これが限界です。バトラ君が黄金を発見するのが全く想定外でした。あれさえなければ、なんとかうまくやりくりできる筋書きを考えていたのですが。
私がかけるといつもこうだな。いつも想定外のことが起き、絶対確実だった話がおかしくなる。
明日の朝、お父様の部屋が空っぽであるということにします。源氏と口裏を合わせ、早朝に森へ出かけていくのを見たと言わせましょう。
その思想をエヴァたちが素直に受け入れるとは思えん。
客も承知です。しかし、もうそれしか手がありません。
そのようなことをすれば、エヴァたちは疑わしいと騒ぎ立てるだろう。エヴァたちは金をせしめるためなら、なりふりなど構わない。それこそおかしな雑誌とつるんで、私の信用にダメージを与えてくるかもしれない。
ダメージで済むではありませんか。万一にもお父様の秘密を知られたら、それどころでは済みません。
明日一日をギリギリまで粘ってからでも遅くはない。もしも明日を無事に乗り切ることができれば、私たちは何も失うものはないのだ。
I'm not sure what I would be doing in their shoes.
焦って失踪という切り札を切る必要はない。
彼らがお父様を監禁していると騒ぎ立て、そこに失踪していたと返すのですか。その方がはるかに疑いを招きます。もうお父様にお休みいただきましょう。これ以上は無理です。
落ち着きたまえ。エヴァたちの毒気を浴びすぎて冷静を失っただけだ。あの書斎に入っては2本しかない。
That was like 100% toxin.
そしてその2本はここに君が持っている。だから誰も入ることなどできん。あの扉は特別製だ。彼らが倉庫からどんな工具を持ってこようとも、 びくともせんよ。
そういう物理的な問題ではありません。
だから焦るな。落ち着け。なんなら君は熱を出したことにして寝込んでいてくれればいい。その間に私が全て乗り切ってみせる。
あなただけに任せられません。私も最後まで戦います。
Natsui could no longer hold back the tears brought on by her fierce emotions. Cross held her gently. Just how long had it been since she last felt warmth, husband's
頭
embrace?
痛がひどいのだろう。君がそういうシワを眉間に浮かべるときはいつもそうだ。
あなた
She had come to think that her husband could never understand the way she felt. But when it came to times like this,
失踪という切り札は最後の最後まで待とう。殿下の報道と同じだよ。
what a nice moment they're having, talking about hiding their father's death. It's from the others.
抜かないうちが花だ。
That's something Beto said once
大事なのは
about the red truth.
いつでも抜けるという心構えではないかね。
それは分かっています。
その切り札を私に預けてくれんかね。もちろん最後の瞬間の責任は全て私が取る。君とジェシカは巻き込まん。
それはどういう意味ですか？
後ろ宮家が滅ぶ時、その瓦礫に潰されるのは私だけで十分だ。台風が過ぎたら離婚届を準備しよう。それに捺印し君に預けておく。内緒で君の名義にしてある財産もある。さらにそれに慰謝料も加えれば君とジェシカは不自由なく暮らせるはずだ。
嫌です。
Wow.
私の墓碑に刻むべき名は後宮夏日です。どうか最後の瞬間までご一緒に。たとえあなたが後宮家最後の当主であろうとも、夏日を最後までどうかあなたの妻でいさせてください。
Russ's existence was based solely upon the power of his assets and his trustworthiness as a financial fixer. If those were both undermined, nothing would remain. Using the trump card of Kinzo's disappearance would mean losing one of these two essential supports. It was like offering your right arm to save your head from being cut off. It was probably better than losing your head, but you still might die from the blood loss. And even on the off chance that you did survive, you would have to bear a heavy wound that wouldn't heal for the rest of your life. Ross was prepared even for death. Tatsui understood this, buried her face in Cross's chest, and cried.
お取り込み中、失礼いたします。
Genji ruining this tender moment. Genji's sudden voice made Natsui jump back and hurriedly wipe her tears from her eyes. Cross stood in front of Natsui, shielding her.
源氏さんか。驚かせないでくれたまえ。何か用かね。
はい、申し訳ございませんが、奥様にご報告が。
私にですか、あなた。
構わんよ。
Ross left Natsui's side, went to a window a short way off, and gazed at the windy and rainy rose garden. Natsui went with Genji to a place a short distance
何事
away.
ですか？
はい、実はまた奥様にお電話が。
Another one. At that moment, she was surprised by a sudden eerie sound. It was the large clock in the hall announcing midnight.
まさかまたあの男なのですか？
はい、いかがいたしましょう。
要件は何だと言っていますか？
お答えいただけません。奥様と直接お話ししたいとの一点張りでございます。
Ooh. Again, a phone call from a man who claimed to be taking revenge for what had happened 19 years ago. 19 years ago. It was just 1 year before Jessica and Battler were born. And at Tsui's eyes, the gap between 19 years ago and 18 years ago was immense. For a long time, she was unable to fulfill her role creating a successor for the Ushirimiya family and was treated very coldly. But then, she finally gave birth to Jessica. became able to call herself the wife to the Uchiromiya successor with her head held high. So, in her eyes, Uchiromiya Natsui began 18 years ago. So everything before that, including 19 years ago, contained nothing but hateful memories. The last year of that hateful period was whispering of revenge from the other end of the phone. Once again, she heard the roar of the sea.
いかがなさいますか。
私の部屋に転送しなさい。主人には内密に。
かしこまりました。
From the very beginning, Genji had understood that she wouldn't want Cross hearing about this phone call. That was why he had told Natsui overtly. Natsui ordered that he transfer the call, told Cross that she would turn in for the night, and left at a quick pace. Ooh, it's gonna be sad. She returned to her room and locked the door. There's nothing peculiar about that. In the Uchiromiya family, hallways are like public roads. There's no special meaning in locking the door when you enter your own room. This is what she told herself. Then, as though it had been waiting for her, the telephone rang. Genji must have transferred the call. She took a deep breath, readied herself, and picked up the receiver. Again, it started with silence. She realized that the person on the other end was trying to keep her in suspense and make her feel uncomfortable, and she got angry. Azure jeer again. Again, that unpleasant voice, sounding a lot like Battler, but I couldn't pinpoint that it was Battler's voice. So weird.
私を愚弄する気ですか。要件を追いなさい。
母さんと遊びたい。
は？何を言っているんですか、あなたは。私はあなたとなど遊びたくありません。
親族会議で疲れたんだろう。持病の頭痛がだいぶ辛いんじゃないかね。
余計なお世話です。
Just the fact that he knew her headache was troubling her made a shiver run up her spine.
頭が凝ってるからさ。そのままベッドに入ったっていい夢は見られないよ。
だから余計なお世話だと言っています。切りますよ。
Natsui forcefully yelled that she was hanging up, but in actuality, she couldn't. After all, this person was choosing to call her, and that was much better than the alternative. If she hung up violently, this person might choose to call someone else.
頭のこりをほぐすためにちょっとだけ遊ぼうよ。何？時間は取らせない。
あなたと遊ぶ気などありません。
母さんの名前はナッツィ。
I was just now thinking how Azure Jeer is... It has to be Birkenstell's version of Golden Sneer, right? Right? Azure is like more of a blue color, unless I'm stupid and I'm mixing up colors again. Okay, it is like a bluish color. I was right. So I looked it up. The name you're used to is a deep blue Jeer, which makes it easier to connect. Darnita was too slow, already got the info from Masham. Right. But, I wonder if it's... I guess Golden Sneer isn't used exclusively for Beatrice, right? Would there be some meaning to this track playing for whenever this guy shows up, though?
でも夏日だからって夏が好きとは限らない。母さんが本当に好きな季節だ。
それをあなたに教えると思いますか？
教えてくれないなら俺が切るよ。
Oh,
いいのかい？
it was clearly a threat. It meant that if she forced him to hang up the phone, anything might happen. Humiliated that she was forced to give in to a threat made by a man whose name she didn't even know, she gave him the answer he wanted.
秋です。
どうして？
過ごしやすい季節だからです。他に特に理由はありません。これで満足ですか？
ああ、満足だ。
Autumn.
やっぱり母さんの好きな季節は俺と同じだ。俺も秋が好きなんだ。
What is that laugh? That's definitely not Battler's laugh.
嘘つき。出任せを言うんじゃありません。
This man will no doubt have done the same thing no matter which season I said I liked. What is he after? What's so fun about making me uncomfortable like this?
嘘つきなんてひどいな。出任せなんかじゃない。俺は母さんが秋が好きだって確信してたぞ。証拠を見せて。
証拠？
Show? Showing proof?
ああ、母さんの部屋に時計はあるかい？
時計？ええ、ありますが、それが何か。
I wrote the name Fall on the clock while you weren't looking. I'm actually in the room right now. In Natsui's room, there was a beautiful antique clock with an intricate design. Ross had bought it for her as a birthday present long ago.
0時7分ですね。もう眠いので茶番を早く終わらせなさい。
その時計持ち上げてみて。
どうしてです？
Jeez.
俺の言うことにお前は歯向かってない。黙って言われた通り。
The tone in the man's voice suddenly went low, turning into a threat. It indicated clear displeasure. Outwardly, this man had a calm manner of speaking, but on the inside, things were completely different. If she angered this man even the slightest bit further, he would surely show his true nature right away. Ooh, you can hear the sea.
あんたが19年前にしたこと、俺はいつだってあんたの旦那や娘に話すことができる。
Not even she knows what happened 19 years ago.
あなたが何の話をしているか知りませんが、夫や娘を巻き込まないでください。こうして私が電話を聞いていますから。
Once again, the man threatened me in a low voice, as though warning me never to talk back to him again. My head was filled with the pain from my headache, the sound of my beating heart, and the roar of the sea. Why the sea, though? I couldn't disobey him anymore. As the man had ordered, I lifted up the antique clock. There lay something that resembled a single playing card. Perhaps it was the warranty for the clock? Thinking this, she took it and turned it over. Is this your card? Gotta get the phone out to the ocean.
どうしてこんな。
あんたの普通が少しは聞いたなら嬉しいんだけどな。嬉しいって言ってよ。母さん。
どうやってこれを？どうして？どうやって？
嬉しいですって言ってほしいな。この人殺しめ。
Murderer.
よくも潔癖な奥様面ができるもんだぜ、ヘドが。あんたの夫や娘にもぶちまけられたい。嫌だろ。黙ってほしいだろ。ああ、黙っててやるよ。ほら、嬉しいだろ。嬉しいだろ。
Oh, wait.
嬉し
しいです。嬉しいです。だからやめて。夫と娘に構わないで。何が要求ですか？お金ですか？いくらですか？
金なんか欲しくない。俺の傷は金をいくらしても癒すない。だ、薬にした。それは何ともドロー糸を。それは
It's what, blood?
そいつを盗める力。痛みが抑えられないんだよ。
The two had never had anything so hateful said to her in her entire life. So she suspected many times that she must be having some sort of bad dream. However, this definitely wasn't a dream.
あなたはまさかこの島にいるのですか？
ああ、約束しただろう。親族会議には出る。
不可能です。この台風では来られるわけもありません。
台風になる前から来てれば問題はないよ。それに台風の最中であってもエリカとかいう来客があったはずだ。
Oh. Her blood froze. Riddle Erica had been brought here by coincidence. If he knew that name, he surely would have to be very close by.
あなたはどこに？
あんたの紹介がないうちは誰の前にも現れないさ。安心しな。おっと、俺を探しても無駄だよ。あんたの屋敷は広い。電話だってそこいら中にあるしな。あんただって俺に会いたくないだろう。それとも俺を見つけ出してみんなに紹介してくれるのか。ジェシカにも紹介してくれよ。一つの兄です。
By 1 year.
やめて。ジェシカに構わないで。
怖がらせすぎたか。今夜はこれで勘弁してやるよ。だが忘れるな。あんたは俺に逆らえない。分かってるな、母さん。今夜はこれで電話を切るが、明日の朝まで命令がある。
Oh?
何ですか？
あんたは今夜もうその部屋を出てはならないし、どこにも電話をかけてはならない。電話がかかってきても取ることも許さねえぜ。そして今すぐ明かりを消し、布団をかぶって寝ろ。そしていつもの時間に起床し。
What is my dude planning?
健康的な生活でいいな。母さんの体をいたわるなんて本当に俺は親孝行者だよ。
わかりました。今すぐ寝ます。部屋も出ません。電話も出ません。だから夫と娘には。
母さんが俺の命令を守る限り、あんたの秘密は守ってやるよ。命令を破るなよ。俺はもうお前のすぐ近くにいる。部屋の明かりが消えるかどうか、そして電話をしているかどうかさえ、俺さえ望んだ。あんたの寝顔に季節やものがついてき。
守ります。約束は守ります。だからやめて。もうやめて。やめて。
She screamed until he crushed a card she found under the clock into a little ball. It had a pattern on it like a tarot card, along with one single word: autumn. Who is this dude? We go back in time once again. Again? Oh, back to whenever they had the knock on their door. A large clock in a... Part of him, I'd hidden 4 cards in the room, just told her to go for whatever she says. That would be the easy way to fake it, right? Said autumn, pick up the clock. Actually, if she said winter, go pick up that jewelry box over there. Ooh, spooky. How did I know? The large clock in the hall was right in the middle of striking midnight. Wondering who this person who had now knocked twice was, Relatives in the dining hall had stared at the door. Rudolph told him to come in, but there was no answer. Until the end of that long tone marking the coming of midnight, which had come from the large clock in the hall shortly after the knock, they were unable to move in the slightest.
手が塞がってて開けられないんじゃないのか。
かもな。だが名乗らねえってのが薄気味悪いな。
開けますか。
開けなさい。
Kana nodded back and slowly opened the door. Was the door?
それは。
これは
Oh, they're getting an envelope this episode. Right behind the open door, on the floor of the hallway, lay the envelope.
廊下には誰もいません。これを置いて立ち去ったのでしょうか。
The adults flew out into the corridor as well, but they could find no trace of anyone who might have knocked on the door. Barely an hour ago, Shannon and Kanon had come in to serve tea. That time, everyone had seen that nothing lay in that spot. Someone came, knocked, left an envelope with the mark of the one-winged eagle on it, and left.
まさか親方様でしょうか。
考えられない話じゃないわ。この屋敷で誰と呼ばれて返事をしないのはお父様くらいだもの。
ありえないわ。ならどうしてお父様は堂々と入ってこないの？
They hate you, specifically.
そうやな。お父さんだったらノックなどせずいきなり入ってくるやろな。今この屋敷は戸締まりがされとるんやろ。ならここに手紙を置くことができるのはクラウスさんか夏日さん、そして源氏さんの誰かしか考えられんで。
At this point, the mansion had been completely locked up. Therefore, those in the guest house, the cousins Nanjo, Goda, Kumasawa, and Erika, could not have come here. Furthermore, since Cross, Natsu, and Genji were the only three who weren't in this room, one of those three had been the one who set that letter down in the corridor. In that case, it was very likely that Cross and the others had placed the letter there to make it seem like a message from Kinzo.
なるほどね。お父様の名を語ってバトラ君を次期当主に認めないみたいなことが書いてあるのよ。バカバカしい兄さん。よくもこんな子供騙しを。
別に俺は次期当主なんて興味ねえぞ。
諦めろ。それがお前の運命なんだよ。
Give it up.
とにかく中身を読んでみようじゃねえか。
Rudolph set the letter on the dining hall table and showed everyone the front and back. Almost like a magician does before performing his act to show that there are no tricks or hidden
この
mechanisms.
封筒は間違いなくお父様の封筒なの？
ええ、間違いないわ。お父様が新書に好んで使う封筒よ。どう、シャノンちゃん。
はい、私の目にも親方様が使われる封筒に見えます。
だからってお父様が書いたってことにはならないわよ。兄さんならお父様の書斎の引き出しからひょいと手に入れることなんて造作もない話だわ。
クラウス様とて容易に書斎には入りません。封筒を盗み出すなんて難しいことかと。
開けてみようぜ。それから考えても遅くないはずだ。何か入った。なんだろう。
Rudolph opened the envelope a bit roughly. Then, a folded letter and a glittering object fell out. Glittering object. It was a ring.
え？ちょっとその指輪。
Eva noticed it immediately and grabbed it.
お父様の指輪よ。当主の指輪だわ。
なんやて？ほんまか？
間違いなくお父様の指輪なの？レプリカということね。これは本物よ。私はいつかこの指輪を自分の指に通してやるとずっと夢見てきたのよ。
She could never mistake the ring. Dreams about it every night.
お父様が指にしてた時から私は誰よりもこの指輪のことをよく知ってるわ。これはお
Obsessed.
父様の指輪よ。間違いなく。どうしてここに？
じゃあやっぱりこの手紙はお父様が。
こりゃ 差出人は親父じゃねえぞ。もっと面白い。
じゃあ誰からの手紙だったんだ。
Beatrice?
後ろ宮家顧問錬金術師黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェ様からだぜ。
Would have showed everyone the part of the letter where that was written. They really did say that.
ベアトリーチェから？
なんて書いてある？
読むぞ。 Congratulations
Congratulations, you won.
バトラ様が碑文の謎を見事に解かれ黄金鏡にたどり着きましたことを認めます。黄金はすべてバトラ様のものです。そして後ろ宮家の新しき当主もバトラ様です。その証として金蔵様よりお預かりしている当主の指輪をお送りします。どうぞバトラ様、指輪をされて新しい黄金の主となり、新しき当主のご活躍を心よりお祈りいたしております。なんてこった。親父が書斎から出てこねえもんだから、森の魔女ベアトリーチが直接バトラを認めてくれたわけだ。
Rudolph seems pretty happy with this.
バトラ君、この指輪はあなたが持つの。
You would let go of the ring that you love so dearly?
これが当主が身につけるべき。ベアトリーチェが何者か知らないけれど、彼女は一部始終を見届け、あなたが真の跡継ぎだと認めてこの指輪を送ったのよ。
いいんすか、こんな重要な指輪を。
Yeah, it's yours now. Put it on.
いいんだ。誇らしげに指にはめるといい。いいか、兄貴や夏日さんが外せと言っても絶対に外すんじゃねえぞ。
With creepy smiles on their faces, all of the relatives urged Battler to put the ring on his finger. It looked like things would get pretty nasty if he refused, so Battler reluctantly decided to put it on the middle finger of his left hand. The ring was heavy and stiff. At that moment, Cross returned. Genji came back as well immediately after.
申し訳ないね。妻は具合が悪そうだったので先に休ませてもらった。何かあったのかね。なんだか諸君がひどく慌ただしいようだ。
バトラ様、それは。
Immediately, Genji keenly spotted a thing on Battler. The thing that Battler had just put on his finger.
さすが源氏さんや。これが誰の指輪かわかるようやな。
何の話だね。
From Cross's questioning look, it was very difficult to imagine that he could have been the one who set that letter in there. Furthermore, his expression quickly changed to one of shock.
そうよ、後ろ宮家当主の指輪よ。
Family conference took up this new topic, and the storm came once again. Never-ending fighting. Oh. 3 a.m., huh? We're still on, chapter 8. We'll keep going. The rain was still pouring down as hard as ever. This weather was supposed to continue all day tomorrow as well, which was making me feel a bit depressed. I would love this weather, though. Oh boy, 3 a.m. Time for a Krabby Patty. Oh wait. Given the time, that's today, not tomorrow. But that doesn't really matter now. I'm sleepy. With half-asleep eyes, I opened my umbrella. The large drops of rain pounded against it mercilessly. Technically, they had called an end to the family conference at 1 a.m., but the post-match scuffles were still dragging on. I was really jealous of Auntie Rosa, who managed to slip out of there at that time. She cleverly got away by saying that she'd check on Maria, who might have been staying up too late. Thanks to Dad continuously involving me, I missed my chance to escape. They made me stick around until now, 3 a.m. What on earth did they spend all that time deciding? Nothing got decided at all. They just kept on arguing about who said what, like elementary school kids. They must be tired too. I'm sure that's why they kept dragging on the same pointless questions. I no longer felt any shock or anger towards them. I guess no painkiller works better than drowsiness. I left them behind and finally returned to the guest house. Haven't seen this angle before. When I returned to the guest house, the lights were on in the lounge downstairs. Not only that, I could hear people chatting inside. Apparently, some people were still awake even at this time of night. Nanjo and Goda? Despite the late hour, Goda-san and Dr. Nanjo were still awake and chatting. Plates and cups were lined up on the counter. It looked almost like a bar with Goda-san as the bartender. After noticing I'd come back, it looked as though Dr. Nanjo finally realized how late it was. As Goda-san made to top off his glass, he declined with an exaggerated gesture.
もう結構です。この時間では夜更かしのしすぎだ。
もうこんな時間とは。南條先生があまりにお話がお上手なもので、ついつい。
それを言ったらあんたの酒の魚のおかげだ。また
Love chatting late at night.
やりましょう。喜んで。バトラ様、お帰りなさいませ。まだ旦那様方の会議は続いておりますか？
Oh, you know it.
あの調子でグダグダと明け方までやるんだろうぜ。知ったことじゃねえぜ。
I spoke carelessly with a big yawn.
皆さん。
Why are you still awake? Go to sleep. Get out of here.
終わりですね。びっくりです。
なんだ。お前まで言ってるか。
なんとなく流れでこちらでささやかな夜会が始まったもので混ぜてもらっていました。例のことは話してませんのでご安心を。
Becca could be seen on the sofa. She had taken her shoes off and was lounging around as though she owned the place.
エリカ様も本当にいろいろなお話をご存知で、とても
Of
楽
course
し
she
く聞かせて
is.
いただきました。
Of course you would be.
あんたは本当に博識だ。若いのに大したもんだよ。
どういたしまして。フルドエリカはこの程度には博識ですので。
Stop referring to yourself like that. Becca posed by picking up the hem of her skirt. She was lounging on a sofa with her feet up, so it didn't look remotely elegant.
ローザおばさんは
午前の1時頃にお戻りになりましたが、すぐに上がられ、お休みになられました。
Sneaky, sneaky. That was probably the right choice. We've been going along with that conference for so long. I felt like flopping down in bed right away myself. I've had it. I'm tired enough that I might flop over right here.
さあ、私たちもこれくらいにしましょう。ゴーダさんも明日の朝食の準備で朝が早いのでしょう？
朝食の仕込みはすでに済んでおります。どうぞ明日の朝食も大いにご期待いただければ幸いです。
In Goda-san's eyes, the family conference is an open stage on which to display his culinary skills. He's probably so pumped up that he won't even get sleepy. As she laughed at how youthful Goda was, Erika stood up. This acted as the sign that it was time to disperse.
お片付けは私の方でしておきます。どうぞ皆様はお休みを。
Leaving to clean up the Goda-san, I went to the bathroom and then climbed the stairs to the second floor.
それでは皆さん、おやすみなさい。老骨にはちっと夜更かしが過ぎましたな。
おやすみなさい、南條先生。おやすみなさい、バトラさん。
おう。おやすみ。
Then in the upstairs hallway, we split up. Dr. Nanjo went to his own room. Erika went to her room. Good, get out of here. Be gone. And I returned to the cousin's room. I couldn't hear any sounds of playing coming from the cousin's room. But they have already gone to sleep. A surprise at this time of night. If they were still playing, they would have been staying up way too late. Nope. When I opened the door quietly, as expected, the room was already pitch black except for a small nightlight. Everyone was already sleeping in their beds. I bet they all had a great time horsing around. They probably had a ton of fun staying up late and talking about their youth. If only I hadn't found the gold, I could have had fun spending time with them. I'm already tired. So tired. Forgetting even to change my clothes or brush my teeth, I crawled into bed and immediately started to sink into the marshes of sleep. Today's been so insane. I wonder if that old bastard is still in that family conference now. How does he not get tired? Come to think of it. What was it that old bastard said when we parted company?
明日家族で重要な話がしたい。
Oh?
お前に関わることだ。
That's an interesting thing to talk about. Similar to how in episode 1 he wanted to talk and say that he might be dying.
家族で
But now it's about Battler instead. I'm sure it's more stuff about being his successor. I don't even want to hear about
こ
it.
いつを話せば俺は殺されるだろう。
Oh. Alright. Almost the same then. I'll murder you whenever you want, you old bastard. Then, what was it he said
お
next?
前の生まれについての話だ。
My birth? Probably just something about the noble Ushiromiya lineage. Not interested. Just let me sleep. He's actually Natsui's son! That's a nice little scene break right there. Revenge for 19 ago. I like the sound of that. The sound of this chapter. Save again here. And let me take a quick break. Been another hour, but I also pretty much out of tea, so I want to get more real quick. Natsui loves every Ushiromiya fan except Cross. It would be pretty wild if that ended up actually being something. Yeah. Be a sec, BRB, like a couple minutes, get through a few more lines, and then a couple more minutes to actually get the water once it... Alright. Let's got my water boiling, so I'll check up on it in like 10 minutes or so. Or I guess 5 minutes. Doesn't take that long for water to boil. Oops, that's the wrong one. I was thinking more again to how Erika accuses Natsui of being the murderer. I was thinking earlier how she could just be doing it as a way to like spite Jessica even more. Cause it feels like she really is just that twisted. But I was also thinking about if this hold on. Okay, no, I'm wondering if this guy that keeps calling Natsui is actually like another entire character. It could be. Let's see, go back to the truth. In other words, the number of people in this parlor is now equal to the total number of people on this island. That was at that point in time. I feel like it's possible that whoever this other guy is could have snuck onto the island after this was said, and this would still be a valid red truth, right? Alright, so my line of thinking I was having as I was up earlier was that hold on, give me my thoughts in order. My line of thinking was that this guy seems to hate Natsui, right? We could be framing... like, he could be the one doing the murders, but framing it in a way that makes, like... that makes it look like Natsui's done it. Or maybe even... makes her a possible culprit. And then... Erika, being the kind of evil, horrible person that she is, wouldn't really think of any other possible reasoning other than Natsui being it, just because she wants to get back at Jessica even more. Look, man, I don't know how he's appeared on Island, but apparently he's there. If that's even true to begin with, I'm just thinking of how it could be posed that Natsui's the culprit. And thinking of ways that could make it to where she isn't. Because right now, it doesn't seem like she could be. She was told to stay in her room, like, the entire day, yeah? Not to answer the phone or anything, not to open the door, to stay in there. How would this guy have, like, found a ring and written that letter? It even was him. The guy doing the murders? Making it look like Natsui because he has some sort of hatred for her? It seems plausible for now. I can definitely see something like that happening, and Erika just... I want to use so many explicitives! Just being the horrible person she is, just jump at that chance to accuse Natsui. Just to get back at Jessica even more, and even though she could be wrong, but how could she be wrong? She's Erica. And the more I think about stuff like this, the more I continue to dislike her. So we of course have nothing new for like characters and all that here. How about tips? Nope, nothing in tips, huh? Alright, get that out of here. Let's continue for a bit and then I'll check up on my water. It should only be a couple more minutes now. Sound of crashing waves. The sound of the tide surging. The noise of the sea breeze. Whenever my headache torments me, these are the sounds that fill my head. Wonder why. My inability to bear a successor placed me in a very difficult position within the Ushiromiya family. I tried every medication that was said to promote fertility, every incense or herb, but nothing I tried had any effect. Until I was blessed with Jessica 18 years ago. I was ashamed to even call myself a wife.
こうなすのは二人の努力と天の気まぐれ。そなたばかりが責められたのでは割が合わぬな。何が原因で解任できなかったのかは今となっては分かりません。名医のもとにも通いました。屈辱的な検査も受けました。しかしいつも理由は分からないと言われるだけでした。結婚から短くない時間を経て未だ子を宿せない。なるほどな。次期当主を密かに狙うエヴァが首をもたげぬわけもない。
So cunning that Eva. Eva tried to convince father that I was a failure as a future head's wife. It was a time when Kenzo was also very disappointed in my husband's repeated business failures. On the other hand, Eva's husband Hideyoshi's business was growing well, completely the opposite of my husband's business. He was the only person who could bring father good news. In that case, perhaps there would be no blame placed on father if he decided to lend an ear to Eva's words, or even accept them without question. It was all my fault because I couldn't bear a child.
そなたに罪などない。この国の赤ん坊はコウノトリが運んでくるのであろうが、裁かれるならそれはコウノトリになるのが道理というものよ。
Where do you get this information from?
しかし、いくら当時はまだご健康とはいえ、すでにご高齢の当主様が早く孫の顔を見たいと思われていたことは想像に難くありません。知るか、孫が欲しくばうなるほど持っている金で好きにすればよかろうに。金で生み出せぬものはないと豪語した金蔵だ。
Right, a whole child out of money?
孫が欲しくば自慢の金で何とかすればよいものを。そうです。当主様は子を宿せぬ私を見限られ、その通りになされたのです。
Thinking it the duty of anyone in possession of a large amount of money, the head gave to a lot of charities. Among these, the facility known as the Gospel House, which had given an especially large donation, possibly because he had old ties with that place.
福音の家か。
Gospel House. We're hearing about this again.
よくあそこから家具どもがやってきていたな。当主様は社会活動と職業訓練の一環として福音の家の子たちの中から成績優秀な子を使用人として受け入れていました。当家にいるシャノンやカノン、ルノンやマノン、レノンなどの音の名を持つ使用人はすべてそこからやってきた子たちでした。いろいろな連中がいたな。
Why is it on, like, suffix? In, on, non.
多くはほんの数年で辞めるがな。
当家の給金は数年も働けば十分社会で生活していけるだけたまるでしょうし、後宮家での使用人経験は履歴書に通用する立派な肩書きになります。それを得て社会へ羽ばたいてくれれば、当主様もきっと本望だったでしょう。
なるほど、養子か。
お父様。
Can you move, Natsui? Can I take a look at that photo that's in the back? Oops. Here, jump to this line.
なるほど、養子。
Ah, you just jumped in the way. It was some kind of forest. Hold on. Hold on. We're getting... I'm getting a freaking screenshot of this.
なるほど、養子か。
Back it again?
な、養。
I want it in like full color, which is why I was waiting a bit. Ah, you jumped in the way again. Oh, whatever. Oops. It does seem to be like a forest. And of course, there doesn't seem to be like a little epitaph plaque on the desk. A forest? Hmm.
今、何とおっしゃいましたか。
Oh, we get a better view of it here. Hold on. What the hell do you have here? I'm moving this just so I can enlarge that a bit more. What the heck is this? Kind of creepy looking. Why would you have this as a framed photo? This is where I'd put my Beatrice. Oh, alright. Let's, hold on. Give me a short break. My water's probably already, like, starting to disappear. Gone into Steam. Give me a quick BRB. Okay, okay. I'm back. Water was fine. It's all nice and hot. Someone pick a number between 1 and 8. Where were we? Tackleberry. I need to decide what flavor to have. No one's here to pick a number. Even Darn's gone. Sorry, 4? Alright, fuck you. Cool. Back to you. My sister got like this whole huge tea sampler a long time ago. What? With a bunch of different flavors. I already gone through like 4 of the flavors or something. She didn't want it, so I started using it. It's been very nice. I like it. I kind of want another one like this. Yeah, the number chosen was Earl Grey. Black tea. Anyway, where were we? Your father, what did you just say? Then accept this infant as my grandchild. What, he's giving Natsui one of the orphans or whatever from that orphanage? What? I'm still like looking towards that painting. It's such a weird one. Huh. Oh? Is this going to end up being a boy and being the one that keeps calling Natsui? Apparently, the baby Kumasawa was trying to sue didn't like the air in the study at all. It kept on crying as if it hated it here.
申し訳ありません。私には何をおっしゃっているのか。
この赤子を我が孫として迎えよ。そしてクラウスの後を継ぐ者として育てるのだ。
それはつまり私と。
そうだ。お前に子が宿せぬことはもはや明白。
Dude, that's rough.
お前の体には何かしらの問題があるに違い。
Very holy.
よしよしよしよしよし。
I already put it myself. Oop.
よしよしよしよしよし。
As though she couldn't hear our discussion in the slightest, Kumasawa kept on persistently trying to cuddle the baby. This made its crying get even louder.
暴言だな。女の責任だけで子が産めるなら、この世に男など必要ないわ。
あの日の悔しさを忘れたことはありません。私とて子が欲しくなかったわけがない。でもいくら祈ろうとも身ごもれないのです。私の体に原因があるのではないかといくつもの名医を訪ね歩きました。しかしそれでもいくら努力しても
その挙句がこの仕打ちではな。察するぞ。
The baby had been picked up by the gospel... What? I accidentally clicked. By the gospel house just recently. Of course, it wasn't that I didn't feel compassion for the child, who was so young and who had already lost its parent's affection. However, the pain and sadness I felt were far greater. Would have been another story if I had suffered to bear this child. But why did I have to cradle this baby, who not only shared none of my blood, but who was not related to my husband in the slightest either?
お父様を恨んではいません。もし恨めるのなら、ただ憎かったんです。
こを宿せぬ我が身がひたすらに肉だから私は祈りました。天使と悪魔の両方に。そしてその両方が叶いました。
天使には何と祈ったか。
私の体に奇跡を。私の体に問題があるというならそれを受け入れましょう。ならばそれを克服してどうか夫の子を授かることのできる奇跡を私に。
And the demons? Oh, Gap.
その願いは、あなたはその次の年に見事にジェシカを産むことになる。
そして悪魔には何と祈ったか。
悔しい悔しい、この身が恨めしい。そしてそれを見せつけるかのような。
Why the baby?
何を願われたのですか。
私は初めて悪魔に祈りました。願いました。
I get the stuff about your body, but what did the literal baby have to do with anything, dude?
この赤ん坊が消えてなくなってしまえばいいのにって。
That's so fucked up. Oh? Of course, that wish had also been granted by demons. On that day, I left the baby with one of the older servants and went to think about the future in the rose garden. No, that's a lie. I just wanted to clear my mind of everything. The baby's cries were aggravating, so I ordered the servant to take the baby to a place where I couldn't hear. By a place where I couldn't hear, I meant somewhere far away. Yes, I wished. I wished for the servant to take the baby far away and never return.
なるほど。雪吊りの悪魔がナツヒ様のその願いを聞いてしまったのですな。
してどうなったのか。
He disappeared. Who knows where he went?
それは悪魔が願いを叶えてくれたとしか思えない。
Fell down the stairs! The woodland path from the rose garden to the harbor is certainly well suited for a pleasant walk. And from time to time, if the mood took you, it would undoubtedly feel good to veer off the path and take a walk through it. However, wouldn't that be venturing a little too far for a walk with a baby in your arms?
その先は断崖でした。高さは多分10メートルくらいはあったと思います。下は岩場。
I feel like it's kind of lens flare that we're seeing. Like, you can see my mouse, right? That we're seeing, like, right here. There's a circle there. Maybe a bit of light there. Like, little shining here probably means nothing, but does catch my eye. Aw.
そこには柵もあったのです。その使用人はわざわざそんなところまで赤ん坊を抱いたまま歩いていき、そして柵に寄りかかったとでも言うのでしょうか。まるで悪魔に手招きされて誘われたとしか思えない。
誘われちゃったのね。あなたの願いを聞いた悪魔がその使用人を招いちゃったんだ。
What a interesting spot to have a stroll with a literal baby in your arms. But that damn baby did this too. Backgrounds mean nothing. And what about that one background in episode 4 that had the freaking Sakutaro animals all stuffed in a bag? Did that mean nothing? I should probably get these tea bags out of here. I think they seeped long enough. Don't want to over seep them. Oh. 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 There it is. Not there. Oh, that's the only important one, huh?
それでは、その使用人と赤ん坊は
They did a backflip right off the cliff and fell straight down. Holy. Entire screen turned red.
崖から転落して下の岩場に、いえ、私が願ったから死んだ。
Damn, even dragged a helpless servant into this.
だからこれは
そなたのせいではない。その先を考える必要はないぞ。
でも私が願ったから。
いいや、違う。願えども叶えるか否かは神と悪魔と魔女の気まぐれ。そなたに罪はない。
I don't know, she did still wish for it. It wouldn't have happened if she didn't wish for it. Once again remains best mom, but she literally killed everyone in episode 3.
人間に罪はない。わらわが殺したことにしてもよい。いや、わらわが殺した。
Say it in red.
そうだわ。
Oops. Ah! This shift also fast forward through this shit? What's going on? She literally killed everyone in episode 3.
私が願ったから。
Get this out of here. Means bear no sin. You can even claim I killed them, Sudar. No, I did kill them. I took pity upon your misery and lured a servant with the baby to the cliff and led them down to it. It's simply an unfortunate accident. If you cannot accept that explanation, then blame it on us. That is why demons exist. That's right, we're here for your sake. It's not like you killed them. We killed them. Man, it's just 100% just all Natsui's like imagination here, trying to take the blame off herself. That's rough, dude.
だからあなたには何の罪もない。だからどうか自身を責めないで。そうでしょうか。本当に私に罪はないのでしょうか。
ああ、ないぞ。
What are you doing in this room, by the way? Or are you just flashback inside this room right now? No, actually. I guess it is a flashback because the painting's not a Beatrice.
19年前の復讐を名乗るワーコード。呪うならわらわを呪うがよいわ。しかし、呪うは魔女の千倍特許。夏日にうりしその喧嘩。わらわが買おうではないか。わらわは後ろ宮家顧問錬金術師。お使えし主にうりし喧嘩はわらわが買おうぞ。19年前の復讐とな。1000年の魔女の前にその程度の年月、瞬きにも足りぬと知れ。19年前にそなたの死を願った夏日が憎いか。思い出させてやろうぞ。そなたを崖下へ誘ったのは誰かをな。
Oh, jeez. Reimagining the events, but it's Beatrice there. As the middle-aged female servant cuddled a sobbing baby, she walked on the small path through the tree. Natsui had told her that the baby was too loud, so she tried to get as far from the rose garden as she could. She was completely unaware as to why she'd gone out of her way to head in this direction. However, the sobbing baby suddenly stopped crying. Something was reflected in its eyes, but the servant couldn't tell what. However, thinking that the baby had stopped because it had taken an interest in something, he headed in the direction of the baby's gaze. The butterflies. The baby had seen a group of gold butterflies disappearing off into the trees. The baby had love. It could see it. And on the other side of the trees, the servant saw a woman. Who? It was someone she didn't recognize. Someone who couldn't possibly have been there. The baby stopped crying and stared in that direction. And the servant's legs started to automatically carry her that way.
こちらへ来い、女。その 呪われた赤子を抱いてな。
The woman couldn't disobey. She was completely overwhelmed by Beto's gold glowing eyes. He walked lightly, as though through a dream world. At some point, the scenery around her had changed, but she did not notice. He could not notice. Here, huh? Though this should have been Rakanjima. At some point, it had become the garden of a mansion she had never seen before. It was a garden she had never seen before, even grander than the great rose garden of the Ushiromiya family. A garden of gold roses. There stood an arbor, and a woman wearing an elegant dress beckoning her. There was also a man who looked like a butler, and the tea he poured with beautiful gesture had a very nice and enticing smell. It was as though they were telling her to join their tea party. He couldn't disobey. He had to go to the master of this golden rose garden and give this child as an offering.
許せ女、魔女に見入られた不運を呪え。そしてこの世で決してめでることかなわぬ黄金のバラに囲まれながら眠れ。ガップ。はい、了解。
Gap snapped her fingers. A pitch-black hole opened at the woman's feet, and she was swallowed up along with the baby. The sight that the poor woman and the baby witnessed in the very next moment probably blurred itself into their eyes forever. Yeah, we get a top-down view of this garden. It's like not symmetrical, and that bothers me. That bother anyone else? The two of them floated into the air and looked down at the gold rose garden spread out below them. Below their feet was not the ground, but an unobstructed view of the golden rose garden, which stretched as far as the eye could see. I don't know, it seems like this is pretty much all of it. If no one could have the scene imprinted in their mind as their last memory, or if one could have the scene imprinted in their mind as their last memory, that would be such a merciful way to die. And the woman and baby were swallowed up by the golden sea. The thud was remarkably plain, and remarkably quiet for the sound of two lives being taken. However, it was the perfect fit for the entertainment at a tea party of witches. Darkness swallowed the woman and the baby, and slowly expanded to engulf the entire rose garden. The sound of the wind grew stronger bit by bit. Was that TV static? What was that noise? It was the roar of the sea. The two who had died after falling from a great height into a thicket of golden roses were gradually engulfed by the roar of the sea, engulfed by the scenery of the beach below the cliff.
わらわが保証するぞ。そなたには何の罪もない。19年前の復讐とやらはこのわらわが買おうぞ。
The great sprite she has right there.
崖下の二人を見つけ、私は青ざめました。
How did you find them?
そしてお屋敷へ駆け戻り、大騒ぎになりました。大至急船で病院に運びましたが、あの高さで即死を免れただけでも奇跡。使用人も死にました。私はお父様から赤子を預けられ、3日も経ないうちに。主人は出張中でした。当時まだお屋敷にお住まいだったローザさんもご友人と旅行中でした。六軒島には私とお父様しかいなかった。そして私とお父様以外誰もよく知らぬ間にどこからともなく赤ん坊が現れ、そして消えていった。
Maybe it had appeared out of nowhere and then disappeared again.
あれはそう、夢なのよ。お父様は私を責めるに違いないと思っています。しかし何か様子がおかしかった。
Oh? Girl's just laughing at it?
読めていたぞ、読めていたぞ、この天罰はな。どこまであがくのか、どこまで我が物にならぬというのか。からの檻に興味はない。打ち捨てい。
When father learned of the accident, he kept on laughing and laughing as though nothing could be more amusing, to the point that just listening to him disturbed me. Perhaps something had come loose in his mind. That was the day that changed him. Father shut himself up inside the world of the occult even more than he ever had before. He loves it! When my husband came back, he was astonished to see how eccentric father had now become. However, he had already accepted that this would happen sooner or later. Of course, my husband had heard about the baby. However, he told me that it was surely just some whim of father's and to forget the whole episode. Oh, I forgot it! It was an unfortunate accident. No, there wasn't an accident at all. I forgot everything, even that the baby had existed in the first place. After all, it was a twisted nightmare which lasted not even 3 days. That's right, it was all a nightmare. I don't want to remember any of it. The cliff, the broken fence, the roar of the sea, and the wailing of that baby. Oh, is that why she keeps hearing the sound of the sea whenever she gets the headaches? Especially now, with the whole phone call deal.
くだらぬ。わらわが殺した。すでにこの世にはおらぬわ。
They didn't read.
しかし、赤き真実なきが人間の世界。
Ooh,
人
so
間
bad.
の世界に信用でき
Bad.
ることなどありません。
そうね。ベアとは確かに殺したわ。でも人間の世界では生きていることになっているのかもしれない。本当に生きているのかどうかはともかくね。
実は生きていたというのですか？あの高さからあの岩場に転落して。
わからぬ。だが落ち着け。そやつがどうそなたを憎もうとも、真実は事故だ。そなたを恨もうなど、お門違いもいいところよ。
Even if that's true, there's still hate to be had from that guy there, huh?
でも、たとえ指一本触れていないとしても、私は心の中で。
落ち着け。19年前の男が何を恨もうと叫ぼうと、そなたを追求できる罪などあるわけもない。だから落ち着け。19年前の男はわらわの来客として迎えてやろうぞ。碑文の謎を解かれ、お役はごめんかと思っていた矢先だ。わらわの最後の客としてもてなしてやらねばな。
面白くなってまいりましたな。ゴールドスミス教の秘密を守るのに加え、19人目の来客。
そうね。金蔵が生きてると主張する私たちにとってエリカは19人目ね。その19人目の駒に19年前の男。
How many 19s?
面白いじゃない。ワクワクするわ。
相手にとって不足なし。わらわの茶会の来客が一人では物足りないと思っていたところよ。来るがよい。愚か者どもめ。
Man, that's a very menacing look she has. Brutal Erica is Lady Birkenstell's piece. In that case, whose piece is the man from 19 years ago? Also burns, so she can start assaulting freaking Natsui for no reason at all. A voice which could be faintly overheard could receive her was Natsui's.
わかりました。今すぐ出ます。部屋も出ます。電話も出ます。だから夫と娘には。
When I heard through a receiver, even these begging screams, which would have shaken the heart of anyone who heard them, could be listened to with a heart of ice.
母さんが俺の約束を守る限り、あんたの秘密は守ってやるよ。約束を破るなよ。俺はもう お前のすぐ近くにいる。部屋の明かりが消えるかどうか、そして電話をしているかどうかさえ、俺さえ望むなら、あんたの寝顔にキスすることだってできるんだからな。
守ります。約束は守ります。だからやめて、もうやめて、やめて。
Fever was set down violently. He knew very well how bad an aftertaste he could. Ah, why can't I read that? Miss Erica again lied about her age and didn't mention how good she was at voices. He knew very well how bad an aftertaste you could leave for the other side just by the way you hung up the phone.
じゃあね。おやすみ、母さん。
はい、一丁上がり。
Damn, you're good at voices. What the hell?
これで夏日は今夜は部屋から出てこないわ。
Do you interfere with the game like that though?
あんた、声を変えられるの？
声くらい誰だって変えられるわよ。パパにおねだりの時は甘い声。学校休む時は風っぽい声。実は嫌いな友達に断る時は申し訳なさそうな声。
お望みなら
どんな声でも
使うわけて。
Damn, even a gunshot.
見せるけど。
あんた、魔女やめたら声優になるといいわ。
これでお互い駒の準備は OK かしら。フルドエリカ、なかなか素敵な駒じゃない。演者なんかよりはるかにベルにふさわしい駒だわ。
Get her out of here.
お褒めに預かりまして光栄です。
Remove her.
デルタ卿。
The voice actress is voice acting.
こちらこそよろしくよ。素敵だわ。本当に可愛い。魔女幻想に屈服させて、その顔を屈辱に歪めてやりたいわ。
だそうよ。私に恥をかかせないでよね。演者よりはるかに使える駒だってことを見せてちょうだい。
Ooh.
お任せを。
Badmouth and Angie like that?
レルンカステル卿、我が主。私はあのようなネクラで。
Oh, you're making me hate you even more. I didn't know it was possible. Oops, skipped her dialogue.
本当よね。演者なんてクズ肉になってバトラを焚きつける以外何の役にも立たなかったわ。家族愛とか兄弟愛とか私たちは全然興味ないの。私たちが見たいゲームはもっとえぐくてドロドロしてて、
What do you mean
グ
by
ロテ
sticky?
スクでポップでキュートな殺人事件だもの。
夏日がキングでベアトがクイーンってとこかしら。夏日をかばって群がる魔女と家具たちはチェスの駒というよりは
ボーリングのピーって感じ。夏日にベアと金蔵にガラクタ家具の幻想たち、私たちを楽しませてみせなさいよね。特にベアと私たち、もうあんたには飽きてるの。あんたの魔女伝説殺人ごっこはもうおしまい。あんたの出番もおしまいってわけ。このゲーム版はもう私とベルンがいただいたわ。あんたなんて私たちの駒に落ちぶれて永遠に遊ばれてるのがお似合いよ。
Oh, I hate that face.
夏日もベアトも薄汚い真実という腹渡を薄皮一枚で包んだだけのズタ袋だわ。それをズタズタに引き裂いて中身を引きずり出すことこそいいえ、私たちの数少ない娯楽なの。
楽しく遊べるわよ。ねえ見てる？ベアトリーチェ、あんたのゲーム版はこんなにも楽しく遊べるのよ。私が見せてあげるわ。本当に楽しい第5のゲームをね。
私たちばっかり気持ちよく喋っちゃかわいそうだわ。ベアトにも喋らせてあげたら。
だそうよ。特別に発言を許すわ。今回のゲームの抱負でも言っちゃったら。 私ちょっと負け犬だもんね。私に任せなさい。魔女側優勢に一気に流れを変えてあげるから。ただあんたという駒はサクリファイスさせてもらっちゃうけどね。碑文も第一の番以前にあっさり解かれ、黄金の番人ベアトリーチェも型なしですね。夏日の幻想として
Those three of them are so terrible, dude.
じゃない。ま、もうあんたの扱いは駒じゃなくてピンなんだけどね。黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェなんてもう出番はないのよ。あんたとその家具たちは私のゲームではほんのちょい役やられ役。気持ちよーくすっ飛ばされて私とベルのおもちゃにされなさいよ。嫌ならやめてって一言言ってみて。そしたらやめてあげるから。嫌じゃないって。
Hmm.
あんたピン確定ね。
Jesus, dude. There's no need for a golden witch anymore. All that's needed is a sacrificial doll so that the two witches can enjoy some time playing. Die, die, disappear. Confess to your filthy past and your crimes. Pour out your sob story of regret and repentance as you throw yourself off a cliff and die. There'll be no more appearances for the Golden Witch. This will be a most horrible game. On the surface, it does look very similar to the usual tales. However, there's no respect given to the true main characters of this tale. It's supposed to be a tale to which the Golden Witch Beatrice invited Ushiramiya Battler. However, the host has been lost and there's no longer a guest. With both inviter and invitee now gone, the only worst kind of tale remains. And this track, Spiral, does feel like things are spiraling. Welcome to the 5th game, End of the Golden Witch. Welcome to a tea party with neither host nor guest hijacked by wicked witches.
いいバトラー、いよいよ2日目を始めるわよ。私はベアトみたいにトロい展開は嫌いなんだから。
You mean it was good?
お前が何をかき回そうと、俺は必ずこのゲームの真相にたどり着いてやる。
そうでなくては困ります。妹さんのためにもしっかり戦わなくちゃ。
Oh, don't you start saying stuff like that.
ご安心を。ラムダデルタ卿はベアトリーチェのマヌケと違い、私がしっかりサポートするので問題ありません。私と一緒に今度こそ魔女幻想を暴いてやろうではありませんか。
お前なんか知らねえ。ベアトのゲームにいなかった存在など俺は認めもしないし必要ともしない。
強がり言ってる場合ですか。まあお互いせいぜい頑張りましょう。一緒に魔女幻想であらを引き裂いてやりましょう。
Erica brazenly put up her hand for me to shake. Yeah, smack it away, instead of just passively ignoring this. I gave her an active and clear answer by knocking her hand aside.
握手は嫌いだそうよ。エンジェと同じなのね。ご安心を。私はエンジェよりはるかに役立つ駒ですので、バトラさんの闘志を回復する以外何もできなかったひき肉とはわけが違います。
Come on, Battler, just punch her in the face once.
頼もしそうな仲間に恵まれて嬉しいわね。かつてはワルギリアにロノウレ、エンジェまで来てくれたわ。そしてとうとうベルにエリカまで。あんたを応援してくれる駒たちはこんなにもたくさん。それでも未だに真相の尻尾すらつかめない無能っぷりってどんな気持ち？どんな気持ち？
関係ねえな。これは俺とベアとの戦いだ。その他の誰であろうと関係ねえ。
ああ、そうなの。やっと独り立ち。いっつも誰かに助けられ情けをかけられてばかりのあんたがどこまで一人でできるやら。楽しませてもらうわ。
取り戻すぜ。これは俺たちのゲームだ。お前たちはお呼びじゃね
Ooh.
そうよね。これはあなたたちのゲームだわ。なら取り戻してごらんなさいよ。手加減だらけだった。ベアとのゲームさえ勝てなかったあんたが、誰の助けもなく、一切の容赦のないラムダのゲームをどこまで戦えるのか。
ではお目覚めなさい、後ろ宮バトラー。ようこそ10月5日の朝へ。
Oh. Put me in! I'll solve it! I can do it! Alright, scene break. I hate all three of them so much. Holy. A day. Morning of tragedy. 7 a.m. My tea cooled down enough? Like it. What do you mean? Solve the mystery. I'm betting Erica's going to be completely wrong. She can't be the culprit. That was said in red, but how much do I want to trust that? I want to say like none, just because I hate I hate Burn right now. So I don't want to believe anything, even if it is said in red. But if nothing else, that's the only thing we can trust. So as much as I want her to be the culprit, I guess it can't be. But that doesn't mean that she can't be helping the culprit. It was only stated that she isn't, not that she's not helping. Alright, let's keep going. Was it someone's alarm clock? A repetitive electronic beeping noise filled the room. Battler, who had gone to bed late and hadn't had anywhere near enough sleep yet, covered his head in his blanket and waited for someone to turn off the alarm. But no matter how much time passed, the beeping didn't stop. I see. The point of an alarm clock isn't just to be loud enough to wake you, but to be annoying enough to keep you from wanting to fall back asleep. Hey guys, the alarm's going off. Make it stop, please. Why do we always sound so annoyed when first waking up? Well, it does make sense. After all, we're still sleepy and in a bad mood. However, there was absolutely no sign that my annoyed voice had caused anyone to turn over in their sleep, much less crawl out of bed to stop the alarm. Letting out a deep sigh, I flung the covers off of me and got up. With the shutters down on the windows, there was almost no light getting in, and the room was as dim as it had been earlier. Even if the shutters hadn't been down, there's no way that this dull weather would have let enough sun to make this a pleasant morning. My cousins were still wrapped up in their beds, sound asleep and taking no notice whatsoever of that beeping. Normally, once any one person gets up, the others tend to automatically follow. Annoyed at the law of consecutive summer camp awakenings that I'd come up with in my head. Since it's been broken, I drowsily searched for the source of the sound. I could hear it coming from a wristwatch set on a table. Judging by the style of the watch, it was probably George in a case. Dude, your watch! Your alarm's ringing! Wake up! Taking a random guess, I pushed a small button off the side of it and the sound stopped. Apparently it had been set for 7 in the morning. Is it already 7? Sorry, but I don't really feel like I've slept at all. Playing cards had been left on the table, still they had stopped mid-game. The game looked like 7s. So many 7s! Damn it. I got a piercing headache. What the hell was that? All that last night? That mountain of gold and the subsequent argument between our parents? It all feels like a bad dream. Breakfast normally starts at 8. Now isn't a bad time to start getting up and getting dressed. Adults probably won't argue in front of us cousins. In that case, I think I'll stay with my cousins all day long. Just like Natsui. Oh no. I'm sure they'll be able to keep me away from all that annoying talk about the gold and being their successor and all. In fact, I should have done that in the first place. I slept with my clothes on last night too, so I'm drenched in sweat. Gross. I guess I'll take a shower. I'm sure the others want to, too. This age is embarrassing to wake them up by shaking their shoulders. If I turn the TV on, everyone will probably wake up. Well, let's at least turn the lights on for now. In this dim light, with the quiet sound of the continuing wind and rain, it really doesn't feel like morning's come yet. I flipped the light switch, and then that dimly lit morning ended. Whoa! Are they all gonna be dead when he wakes up? Right! They were murdered! What? I completely forgot until just now who was part of the first 6. As they clung to Anaki's corpse, knowing that he would never wake up again, Auntie Eva and Uncle Hideyoshi cried.
およしなさい。ジョージ君がこんな姿をお二人に見せたいと思いますか？思うわけがない。
姉貴、気持ちはわかるんだ。今は南條先生に任せるんだ。
あんたにはわかんないわよ。ジョージが殺されたのよ。ジョージ！ジョージ！
南條先生の言う通りや。ジョージのこんな無体な姿をいつまでも見てい
Seems like an accident. Oh yeah, he just tripped. Fell straight into bed. With his like neck sliced right open. When Auntie Eva tried even harder to cling to that corpse, Dad and Uncle Hideyoshi dragged her away and had a heated debate with her beside the wall. Tied from being single. Where are you gonna get the blood? Ah, I see.
今のジョージ君に必要なのはあなたの血ではないのです。
Dr. Nando shook his head slightly, then nodded across to where I stood. I softly pulled the blanket up and covered towards Anaki's body. His throat had been split wide open. The wound was probably larger and deeper than his mouth. Did it look like a clean and neat corpse now that his neck was at least covered? Of course not. The large amount of blood that had spilled from the wound stained the bed a horrible dark red. And even covering him with a blanket couldn't hide the blood that had poured out. After all, there were large dark red stains on the blanket too. That even once he was covered with it, the gruesomeness of the body was still being thrust in our faces. So I stripped the blankets off of my bed and placed one on top. But I only had 2 blankets, so if I covered just one more body, I wouldn't be able to cover anymore. Feeling pity for the ones I couldn't cover, for some reason, in spite of the situation, I muttered, "Don't complain about not getting the same as everyone else," inside my head.
キリエ、みんなに毛布をかけてやれ。風邪をひいちまう。
Kiri-san and I covered the other bodies with blankets in the same way as George Anaki's, so that they couldn't have to suffer the indignity of having their terrible wounds exposed like this anymore. In one bed rested Jessica. Jessica was exactly the same as George Anaki, though she appeared to be though she appeared to be resting quietly in the bed. Her throat had been sliced deep and the wound lay open in a brutal way. And Maria was the same. Not only Maria, there was one more victim. Lying in the same bed, sleeping alongside her, was Auntie Rosa. George Anaki, Jessica, Maria, Auntie Rosa. And then we've already read these, like, at the very beginning, right? Sharp Blade. Absolute certainty. These 4 Or with a blade. And the others were not. Who were the others? I don't remember. Wasn't Hideyoshi one of them? He's alive right now, so I guess the other two murders haven't happened yet? In this room were 4 people who had been killed, their throats sliced open. They'd probably been like that since last night. And I came back to the room completely ignorant, snuggled under the covers, and fell asleep right next to them. All of them had horizontal cuts across their throats. I had been forced to see all the way into the depths of those gashes in everyone's throat. Those cuts might even have reached as far as halfway into their necks. If you tried to open one up, you'd probably be able to see the gash reached all the way to the bone. The only wounds were a single gash on each neck. So if you just covered their necks with your hand, you might be able to persuade yourself that they were just merely sleeping. But even so, this frighteningly deep wound was incredibly gruesome. There's no such thing as a clean or dirty ways of killing. All methods of killing are equally brutal. But even so, this was incredibly brutal. And there was one more thing which adorned these brutal murders to make them even more unsettling. Drawn very large on the wall was something like an eerie magic circle. It was drawn in a bright red paint which looked like blood, making it look as though some disturbing ritual had taken place in this room. With the 4 of them offered as human sacrifices. However, none of us were paying it any attention. No one has a heart no one has a heart so cold that they could witness the deaths of those close to them, and still worry about some graffiti on the wall. Oh. What are you smiling about? Get out of here. Man, this track's starting to just fill me with hate. The music too! Oh. The girl who bragged that she drew more pleasure from process of exposing truth than from the truth itself, and who went as far as to call herself an intellectual, appeared in the hall. When she saw the extraordinarily creepy magic circle in this gruesome room, I heard that what was unmistakably a sigh of admiration escape her lips. On Erica's face? No, that's not it. It was in her eyes. In Erica's eyes, I could see a shameless smile that was hard to describe. He found this entertaining. He found the outbreak of a crime entertaining. It was like the smile of a kid waiting in the wings at a school play, moments before she was due to come on stage. Get off of yourself. Get out of here. Oh? Excuse me? Oh my lord, I hate her so much. Those words, which seemed to be utterly ridiculous at first, were words of power that had come from a world much higher than theirs. Battler was thrown back by unseen power and landed on his butt. Struck silent by Erica's quiet intensity and bizarre, suffocating atmosphere, nobody was able to prevent her from entering the...
ご安心を。死者の尊厳を犯すことが目的ではありませんので、別に喉の切り口なんておぞましいもの。私が知りたいのはもっと別のことです。つまり、この殺人を誰が行ったかです。南條先生。それから皆さん、特に第一発見者のバトラさん、いろいろとお尋ねしたいことがありますので、ご協力をお願いします。
だから何の権限があってだよ。
私が探偵だからよ。
Battler couldn't argue against this incomprehensible nonsense. No, he wasn't permitted to argue. There was a restriction placed on pieces. Erica summoned Dr. Nanjo and got him to tell her in detail about his preliminary findings. Normally, he wouldn't have spoken of that to an outsider so casually. However, for some reason, the atmosphere about the place had begun to make it feel as though nothing could be hidden from Erica.
さて、ラムダの第一の番、楽し死体は4つ ?2 つ足りないわ。まあ、6人殺す義務もないわけだけど、そういう遊びだしね。あの子、空気読める子だから、あと2人もどこかで殺してるに違いないわ。
Why didn't Battler just do this in the first 4 episodes? Is he stupid? And there's a magic circle on the wall representing the first Twilight, similar to the ones in Beto's games. Giggle. That girl talks big, but I wonder just how closely she can imitate Beto. Your Hebrew sure is crappy, Lambda. You got this part slightly wrong.
何これ
My mom's here?
どういうこと？どうして魔法陣が？きっとベアトリーチェ様の真似がしたかったのよ。へったくそな魔法陣。
真似どころじゃないわよ。人間の誰かがベアトリーチェ様の仕業に見せかけるためにわざわざ書いたんだわ。とにかくベアトリーチェ様に報告を。
ゴールドスミスの秘密を守る仕事だけでもお腹いっぱいなのに迷惑な話ね。でも全然美しくない殺人だわ。
And so many new poses with all of them.
別に密室でもないし不可能犯罪でもない。こんな無様な殺人ベアトリーチェ様に全然ふさわしくないわ。
フルドエリカか。予期せぬ事件に予期せぬ女、そして19年前の予期せぬ男。気分はバトラーに解かれるし、今回のゲームは普段とまるで違うわ。
Oh, topsy-turvy.
行くわよ。はい。
This episode sucks. Oh, nice of you to be all happy here. In the kitchen, Goda was preparing a wonderful breakfast at a brisk pace. The main dish would be an herb omelet. Even simple food to become an invigorating feast under Goda's skillful hands. He was planning to complete all the other preparations for a meal here beforehand, and then cook their individual omelets fresh before their eyes in the dining hall, serving them up one by one. He's so happy. Goda hummed as he continued his preparations in high spirits. When Shannon, who was helping out, saw Goda like this, her mood also brightened. She arranged the salad in a neat little pattern and showed it to Goda.
こんな感じでどうでしょう。トマトの感じがちょっと可愛くなったと思います。
Tomatoes can look cute.
実に良いですよ。
Oh, Goda likes it.
シャノンさんもなかなか分かってまいりましたね。
Such great friends. The two happy people gave each other a high five. It's a bit too happy. To tone it down a bit. Jana didn't like Goda when he was snarky, but she had no problems at all with him when he was cooking happily. He sometimes even thought it would be nice if his contract hadn't included any jobs besides cooking. If that had been the case, he wouldn't have had to get in a bad mood doing unnecessary jobs.
食堂の準備ができましたよ。いつでも運べますからね。
もうじきですので、配膳車の準備をお願いします。
Without thinking, even Kumasawa caught Goda's high spirits. The kitchen had a very nice smell and atmosphere about it, truly refreshing for so early in the morning. Too bad it's all about to be ruined. Then Kanon came in with the usual bad mood he always had from the moment he woke up. Kanon and Genji were in charge of getting many things ready for the morning, such as opening the curtains. However, Kanon had been alone today, so it had taken much longer than usual.
まだいらっしゃらないの珍しいわね。寝坊されるなんて。
あの源氏さんでもお寝坊をね。
親族会議の最中だというのに緊張感に欠けてますね。カノンさん、起こしてきてあげてくれませんか。
はい。
寝ぼけまなこの源氏さんってどんな顔なのかしら。私もご一緒しますよ。
Even though Goda had asked her to get the serving cart ready, Kumasawa followed nimbly after Kanon, skillfully skipping work. As Kanon muttered how Goda was the one who slept in all the time, he headed for the servants' sleeping quarters.
カノンさんは今朝起こさなかったんですか？
僕は昨夜、使用人室でそのまま寝ちゃったんで、控室には戻ってないんです。
Last night, Kanon had dozed off while in the middle of his late-night shift, falling asleep in the servant room. Kanon had been kind enough to put a blanket on him, but that just made it so warm that he fell into an even deeper sleep. So he hadn't returned to his bed in the servants' quarters last night. Because of that, he hadn't met Genji even once this morning. He knocked on the door.
カノンです。おはようございます。
あらあら、まだお休みかしら。
失礼します。
Kanon was about to open the door. He noticed something strange on the upper part of it. Oh? What is this? Duct tape? I can't read that. Under. I can't read that. It's a bit like blurry. A small strip of duct tape was stuck along the frame of the door, almost as though it was sealing the door shut. Furthermore, there were small slits made with scissors along the center of the duct tape, so that if you opened the door even a slight amount, it'd be torn in two. Also, written sloppily across the duct tape with fine pen was what appeared to be someone's signature. It was written in a very elaborate and decorative manner, and if it was a signature, Kanon had no idea whose name was written.
誰かのいたずらでしょうか。
わからないけど、こんなの今は気にしててもしょうがない。源氏様、失礼します。
He opened the door, ripping the duct tape. Nothing in particular happened when it was ripped, so the strange piece of duct tape was quickly forgotten. The room was dimly lit. The bunk bed's lower bunk still had a lump under the blanket. Apparently, Genji was still sleeping.
おはようございます、源氏様。
源氏さんらしくもない。朝でございますよ。源氏様。
Is that what it said? Fruto and Frederica Barkins. Why would she write Burns' name on it?
なんですかこれは。なんですかこれは。
Genji. The neck has been sliced open. And then I guess later, we'll get Hideyoshi. But his death will be different. It's not going to be a blade. There was a large dark red stain on the blanket. Though this was one of the servants' blankets, even those were always kept clean. There was no way it could have a stain like this. Kanon hesitantly peeled back Genji's blanket, saw what was left of him, and was shocked into silence. For dashing out, Kumasawa called Goda and Shannon over. Yo, you gotta see this! But the new pair let out screams identical to the first two. Hazel, please.
2日目の朝食は決して静かに取れやしないってわけだわ。嫌な予感がする。現時だけで済まないかもしれない。屋敷内を確認するわよ。はい、お姉様。
Genji died of single 2, it's so sad. Oh. Natsui sprang awake at the sudden sound of the phone. To Natsui, the fact that she woken up was surprising in itself. She had thought she was gonna spend a whole night unable to sleep out of fear. Hold on. My brain couldn't parse any of what I just said. She had the thought she was going to spend a whole night unable to sleep out of fear that the mysterious man might come out at any moment. But at some point, she must have fallen asleep. Of course, she still didn't feel rested at all. As she groaned from the dull pain in her head, which hadn't gone away once since last night, she managed to get out of bed.
おはようございます、夏日様。おはよう。最悪の朝です。ご安心を。誰も部屋へ立ち入ろうとはしませんでした。さあ、不審番をありがとう。
Even so, that didn't mean she had been able to sleep peacefully. The continued ringing of the phone made her headache throb even more strongly.
電話にお出になられた方がよろしいかと。あと、良くないご報告が妹たちから。良くない報告は後にしましょう。先に電話を取ります。
Louis shook her head to wake herself and picked up the... Then she regretted not listening to Lucifer's bad news first, because she wanted the first thing she heard about on this horrible morning to be something better than this. The voice told her that this horrible morning, this nightmare, was still not over.
約束は守りましたよ。私はずっと部屋にこもっていました。もちろん電話もしていません。
でも、この電話には出ちゃったよね。
それは
冗談だよ。この電話は母さん思いの僕からのモーニングコールさ。おはよう、母さん。
人はどれだけ苦労すれば。
Matsui gripped the receiver so hard it creaked. Such strength.
母さんには席を外してほしかったんだ。おかげで準備も整ったよ。もちろん主賓は母さん。
何を始めるつもりですか。
それは今日のお仕事。大丈夫。またつないよ。もう始まってる。そうだ、ちょっと待って。声を聞かせたい人が
was the sound of the receiver being jolted around. The phone was apparently being passed to someone else, but there was a clunking, clattering noise. As though it was taking a lot of effort to hand the receiver over. Who in the world was he giving the phone to? From what Natsui knew of this man, no matter who he was giving the phone to, it couldn't be good news for her. Cross. Oh no.
あなたなの？
It was, without a doubt, the voice of her husband. However, he didn't respond to Natsui's voice. Perhaps he was bound somewhere in the darkness. Cross, not realizing that Natsui was on the other end of the phone, repeatedly demanded that he be untied.
目も耳も塞いでるからね。話はできないけど、無事なのは分かってもらえたと思う。
何が目的ですか？夫を解放して。
明日には解放するよ。二つ約束を守ってくれればね。
何ですか？
一つ。あんたの夫を僕が預かっていることを秘密にすること。屋敷ではそのうちクラウスの姿が見えないと騒ぎになるだろうけれど、母さんは何も知らないから何も口出しできん。わかるね。
わかります。もう一つの条件は？
ちょっとしたゲームだ。今日の昼の1時になったら屋敷の1階の一番手前の客室に入り、クローゼットの中に隠れている。
客室？どうして私がクローゼットの中などに？
ちょっとしたかくれんぼだよ。誰にも見つからずにそこで1時間隠れていることができたら母さんの勝ち。
Yeah, it's starting to sound like maybe I was right. Where this guy's framing her as the murderer, and then Erica, being dumb idiot that she is, just uses that to start, like, pinning her as the culprit. Oh, I'm gonna hate this.
もし誰かに見つかったら母さんの負け。
負けたらどうだというのですか？
別に何もないよ。遊びってそういうもんでしょ。このかくれんぼに付き合ってくれたら明日には夫を解放するよ。
その約束本当に守るんでしょうね。
もちろんだ。母さんこそ守ってよ。約束を破れば僕にはすぐにわかる。
Just then, there was a sudden loud knock on the door to Natsui's room. Her heart leapt automatically. Oh, does her door not have a lock on it? I don't remember this, like, this backdrop looking like that before. The voices coming through the door were Kennen and Goda's. The knock had been wild, and the voices a little shrill. It seemed that something strange had happened, and they were getting agitated.
どうしたの？
なんでもありません。使用人が来たようです。もう切りますよ。
僕の言いたいことは全部伝えたからね。じゃあ約束破らないでよ。
わかりました。あなたこそ約束を破らないのですよ。
You're gonna trust him not to break a promise?
違うね。母さんがそれを決めるんだよ。僕に約束破らせないでね。母さん。
今日一日母さんを見てるからね。
Black. And these dweebs are breaking all the rules in this. Frickin' Burn using, like, the red to get her way as a detective. This one calling in from outside the game board to, like, mess with Natsui. Like, no real mystery thing going on here, is there? It's just them messing around. Lambda Delta slammed the receiver down on an antique phone. The phone exploded into bits and changed into his brave gold, which became a group of gold butterflies and disappeared.
踊ってちょうだいね夏日。19年前の罪に怯えながらね。私のターンも順調よ。さあベルもどうぞ。
Oh, man. Oh. Elton Bloom.
どうせ無駄なんだろうけど、警察通報を通じて内外の通信可否を確認。
外線は使用不能。内線は使えるみたい。台風で船も使用不能。クローズドサークルの出来上がりかしら。おめでとう。これでベルンが完全に探偵に昇格ね。
Police intervention sometimes robs the detective of some of her authority. However, with the construction of the closed circle, the existence of police had been denied forever. From now on, the authority of the detective piece would be completely guaranteed.
はいはい、ありがとう。ごちそうさま。それじゃ早速ゲーム開始といこうかしら。
Erica, you're the main character. Now, begin. I hate her being the main character.
現地さんまでかよ。5人も殺されたのか。はい、
ひどい。
ゲストハウスの4人と全く同じだった。
Says, I don't want to. I hate her so much. It fills me with hate and pain.
しっぱりとひどく鋭利な刃物で。
僕が深夜勤だったのに不審者に気づけないなんて。
自分を責めるんじゃねえ。もし犯人と鉢合わせだったら命を落としたのは自分だったかもしれねえんだぞ。
その上電話も通じんときた。この天気じゃ船も来んやろ。えらいことになったで。
ということは犯人はまだ私たちの身近にいる可能性が高いということだ。
なんですか。台風が過ぎて船が迎えに来るまで私たちは人殺しと一緒にいるというわけですか。
Yeah, we'll probably be fine, Kumasawa.
大丈夫ですとも。こうしてみんなで一緒にいれば犯人だって手出しは。
しかもなってそんな。私たちミスミス殺されはしないわよ。ジョージの仇を撃ってやるわ。
Vengeance.
許さない。誰が犯人だろうと何が理由だろうと私は上司の仇を許さない。殺してやるわ。殺してやる。
はい、皆さん泣き言は十分ですか。ご静粛に。クラウスさんはまだお見えにならないのですか。さっきから電話をおかけしているのですがお出にならないのです。
受話器が外れていると。
いいえ、呼び出し音をします。聞こえていないはずはないのですが。
どういうことだ。まさかクラウスおじさんも。
やっぱりね。こんな時に不謹慎だけれどもゲストハウスの4人に源氏さんで5人もう1人いるだろうと予想はしてたわ。
どうしてよ。どうしてそんなことがわかるのよ。あんたが犯人なの。あんたがジョージを殺したの。
Immediately with accusations.
やめなさいエヴァさん。今はそんなことをしとる場合では。
Eva got agitated and grabbed at Kyrie. Nanjo stepped in between them and it grew into a bit of a scuffle. Watching this, Erica smiled condescendingly and shrugged.
でしょうね。ゲストハウスの現場を拝見した時点で6人の犠牲は読めて当然です。4人しか死体がなかったのであとの2人は誰だろうと思っていたくらいなので。
なんでそんなことがわかるのよ。
Eva, please punch her.
あんたが殺したの。あんたがジョージを。
よさんかエヴァ。エリカちゃん、キリエさん、 なんでそんなことがわかるんや。適当なことは言わんといてや。
簡単な連想よ。ゲストハウスの犯行現場に書かれていた落書きは魔法陣、魔法と殺人から連想するものを考えただけ。
非分か。そうか、第一はか。
どういうことですか？
え？
いえ、私にもさっぱり。
そういうことか。魔女め。
これはやっぱりベアトリーチェ様の仕業なの？
あんたたち何を勝手に分かった風なこと言ってるのよ。私にはさっぱり分からないわよ。説明なさいよ誰か。
だからエヴァ、少し落ち着くんや。
そういうことです。あの犯行現場の魔法陣を見た時点で、この殺人が碑文の第一の番をなぞった見立て殺人であり、犠牲者は6人であることは想像できていました。ただ魔法陣がそこに存在するだけで、フルダエリカはこのことの推理が可能です。
Okay.
いかがでしょうか皆さん。
Be strong, we can get through this episode.
クラウスおじさん。
そうだとも決めつけられません。ここに来ないのはクラウスさんだけではありませんよ。もう一人。
For just an instant, Natsui's brow furrowed, as she feared she wouldn't be able to avoid the topic of the study.
親父、おい、誰か書斎には連絡したんだろうな。
もちろんお電話させていただきましたし、ノックもさせていただきました。ですがそのお返事はなく。
当主様はご自身の研究に没頭されておいでです。
Oh no.
時に電話を切られ、受話器を外し、ノックを無視することもあります。
しかし呼び出し音はちゃんと。
とにかく主人の無事を確かめる方が先です。主人の寝室へ行きましょう。
Natsui stood up in a flurry and dashed out into the corridor. Rudolph and the others immediately chased after her, telling her to wait.
さあさあ、皆さんもご一緒に。三流ミステリーも三流スプラッターも単独行動をとる人から死にますよ。はあ、言わんやこのゲームもまたしかり。ベアとってば三流だわ。
Oh. Okay, we can keep. Rage meter filling. Filling fast. Oh, but in third-rate disaster and action movies, it's the ones who act alone who survive, isn't it? Weird.
もはや碑文は解かれたというのに、誰が望んでこんな真似を。
ラムダデルタ教の駒と思われる19年前の男。おっと、そんなはずもありませんが。
これまでのゲームですでにベアとは赤き真実で。
Oh, you're gonna make me wanna put this down and never start it up again. Just leave my hatred to boil for all eternity with no resolution to this story.
金像が消えて18人以上は存在しない。18人目は存在しないと明言しているわ。そして今回はそれにエリカが1人加わって19人目が存在しないと明言されてる。19年前の男とやらが島に入り込む余地なんてないわ。
ならば19年前の男は既存の人間の中の誰かが語っているかさもなくば。
Dropping Umineko means Echo wins and Battler loses. You wouldn't Shut up. Shut your face. Shh. Oh. Why is this the most painful episode to get through? my willingness to go on aiding. It's only been 4 hours. Oh.
赤で19人目が許されずとも、そこに19人目を紛れ込ませるなど、わらわならば魔女ならば面白くなってきたぞ。もうしばらく様子を見させてもらうとしよう。それにしてもラムダデルタ教にベルンカステル教ね、いよいよに我がゲーム版にて好き放題を始めよった。
分かっていてお招きになったのではありませんか。
退屈を嫌うわ。わらわも魔女なれば同じこと。この想定外さえも魔女なれば想定される喜びである。よかろう。受けて立とうぜ。
受けて立つのは上等だけど、まずい流れよ。分かってる？
ですが、様子見を気取る段階とはやや言い難いかと。
分かっておる。このまま行けば金蔵の存在が再び蒸し返される。書斎の結界も長くは持たんな。
I'm starting to hate both of you guys. What were they saying? Hold on, I was blinded by hatred for a second there. I couldn't read. Know that at this rate, Kinzo's existence will become a problem once again, and the barrier around the study won't last
それ
long.
だけじゃないわ。さらに厄介な展開になるわよ。いい？1手、2手、3手、詰めて、夏日。
That whispered something into Beto's ear. Beto's mouth slowly widened into a crooked smile.
エリカが全員を集めたのは、むしろ我らには好都合です。観測者の及ばぬすべての闇は、我ら悪魔のもの。今を逃しては撃てぬ手かと。
夏日はキング。動けぬ駒なれど、取らせることは許されぬ。先手を取ろう。ここで失すると、夏日が詰められる。ガープル、頼めるか？
もちろん。密室トリックもアリバイもミステリーなんて私がまとめて風穴を開けてあげるわ。任せて。
Way to go. Pitch black hole opened up in the floor and swallowed up Gap along with the chair she sat on. He took the chair with her too. Then a hole opened in the ceiling and spat just the chair back out, dropping it back into its original spot. Oh, okay, never mind. Thanks for returning the chair.
厄介なことになりましたな。
なるほどな。ラムダデルタ教にかかっては、わらわすらも駒に過ぎぬというわけか。序盤は駒の損得より展開を急げという。
But what even are these scenes if Beto's supposed to be like completely out of it? Basically just a doll. Then what's going on here with this Beto? Is that just... Is it actually just Lambda Delta, like, acting all this out? It'd have to be, right?
かなわぬな。そうはさせぬぞ。夏日はわらわの使える最後の主。このベアトリーチェと契約する限り、決して取ることかなわぬ駒と知れ。
クラウスの部屋は空っぽ、ベッドは空っぽだったけど、それまでの5人の殺害現場と同じでおびただしい血痕が残されていたわ。
That's Beto as a piece controlled by Lambda, bro. Yeah, I was trying to understand that. Yes, yes, thank you, I guess.
でも死体はない。ないわね。じゃあ死んでない。ないかもね。
どういうこと？兄さんはどこにいるのよ？
この血まみれのベッドじゃな。 えたくねえが、ゲストハウスと同様に首を切られて殺されたと考えるのが妥当だろうぜ。
でしょうな。この出血量では無事を考えるのは難しい。
しかし旦那様はどちらに？
Large amounts of blood stained the bed, but there were no similar marks on the floor of the room. Been a marked cross as missing. But missing from his room on the second floor dimension, there were large amounts of blood on the bed, making the situation bear a strong resemblance to those of the other victims. He's the only victim of the first Twilight whose body was never witnessed. Of the first Twilight. Why are they counting him as part of the first Twilight? If we know that he can't be dead. Well, he shouldn't be dead. He was still alive whenever... That's who he was talking to him. I will question her. I hate her so much. Never speak her name. Whether Cross had to run to safety somewhere after being seriously wounded, or whether he'd been killed and carried somewhere. They had no clue where this somewhere was. That's who he knew. Though Cross had been sounding far from his best over the phone, he at least hadn't sounded like he was on the brink of death. In other words, those bloodstains had to be a ruse. That might not even be blood. So what is that man thinking? What is all this for?
なんてこって第一の晩に6人を生贄にっちゅうのか。
クラウス兄さんには自分の部屋の扉を施錠する習慣はないの？私たちは今鍵を開けずに入ったわ。
いえ、旦那様にも施錠の習慣が。
当家では公共の場所以外は施錠が義務付けられております。
クラウスおじさんの部屋を開けられる鍵は
旦那様のお持ちの一本の他にマスターキーが。
Other servants again.
ああ、鍵がどうこうなんてくだらない論争です。源氏さんがすでに犠牲になっていることをお忘れですか？彼のマスターキーは紛失しています。ですから今やこの屋敷のすべての鍵は意味をなしません。つまらないですね。つまりこの屋敷には密室殺人は今までもこれからも存在しないということです。
Locked rooms.
やれやれ、退屈なミステリーになりました。
Erica laughed off this murder in disappointment, as though it was something she was watching on TV. I can't understand her. Why is her world so different from ours? It's almost like she's being from another dimension. Oh, well, about that.
ジェシカもこんな風にベッドで。
ええ、そうよ。ジョージと同じに首を切られて。
ジェシカに合わせて。私ジェシカの顔さえ見てないんです。ジェシカ
待てや、ナジーさん。まだ犯人が近くに潜んでいるかもしれない。一人にさせるのは危険だ。
Mitsui flew out of the room and dashed towards the guest house this time. It was only natural. After all, she still hadn't even seen Jessica's last face. Everyone probably thought that was the reason. Of course, that was at least half of what was on Natsui's mind. The other half was her desire to shift their attention away from the study. Strange crimes had occurred, the gold had been discovered, and some relatives have even recommended Battler to be the next head. Even in these twisted circumstances, she had to protect Kenzo's secret. Ah, my head. If it should split from this pain, let it burst this very moment. Burst open like a balsam. Flower. Awesome flower. Then I won't have to suffer any longer.
では皆さん、夏日さんのためにも一度ゲストハウスへ戻りましょうか。死に顔を見たって何かが進展するわけではありませんが。
お前には心ってもんがねえのか。
心？なんですかそれ。
Punch her in the face right now. Seeing her daughter's dead face wouldn't bring Jessica back to life, nor would it heal Natsui's anguish. On the contrary, she would simply wail, wasting an considerable amount of time before being able to think properly again. Love that line. Of course you would. That probably sums up Erika's screwed up argument. Seeing her dead face won't advance the story?
進展するのよね、それが。ベアとの駒たちが面白い変化をもたらしてくれたわ。
And Natsui flew into the cousin's room on the upper floor of the guest house, and was struck dumb by the blood-stained beds and the eerie magic circle that looked like it might have been drawn with the victim's blood.
ジェシカはどこです？ジェシカ！
そこのベッドに。
ベッド？どこに？ジョージはどこなの？
おいおい、これどういうわけだ。
この部屋はちゃんと施錠していきましたよね。これで犯人がマスターキーを持つことが確実となりました。またしても私の推理通り。
そんなことはどうでもいい。どこに行ったんだ。みんなのジョージの兄貴たちの遺体はどこに行ったんだ。
面白い真似を。
さあさあ、ほらほら魔法よ。ベアとのどこのカープが魔法で死体をどこかへ隠しちゃったわ。
私たちは全員で一緒に行動していた。だから全員にアリバイがあると。
あなたの推理はこうでしょ。実は4人は死んでなくて死んだふりだった。それでみんながいない間にどこかへ身を潜めた。正解かしら。
誰の死亡宣言をも赤では出す気ないんでしょ。
当然よ。ベアとのパーと違って私は緑に赤をサービスしたりしないわ。
He's taking a stroll, they got better.
なら喜んで青き真実を使わせてもらうわ。この程度のこといくらでも抜け道は思いつくもの。
はいはい、どうぞ。青き真実タイム。
まず考えられる一つ目、実は犠牲者は死んでいなかった。死んだふりをしていてこっそりどこかに隠れたのよ。何しろあんたは誰の死亡についても赤き真実で宣言してないものね。
たとえ傷口ばっかり見せられちゃっても赤くなきゃそうくるわよね。基本よね。でもダメよ。赤き真実なんてサービスしないわよ。何しろゲームの最後10月5日24時にちょいと1箇所否定すればいいんだもんね。ああ、魔女側は有利だわ。バカバトラならこれで終わるところでしょうけどベルンは違うわよね。
当然よ。こんなの
Giving another?
誰もが思いつくくだらない一手。まだ続けるわよ。二つ目、遺体はクラウスが運んで隠した。クラウスはあんたがさらってどこかに監禁されてるように演出されてるけどクラウスにアリバイはないわ。クラウスが彼らの死体を隠したのよ。
ああ、そうよね。赤き真実でクラウスの監禁を宣言したわけじゃないものね。言うもんね。敵を騙すには味方から。夏日に自分が囚われてるように嘘をついたっと。他には
3つ目、そもそも死体が別人。犠牲者そっくりの身代わり死体よ。ジョージたちは最初から隠れていてその後に身代わり死体を片付けた。死体は最初から
That one's an insane
島の
one.
人数にはカウントされない。
何それ、超イカす。つまりあれだけの人間が寄ってた
That was your theory?
全員が全員身代わりの死体を見抜けなかったと？赤き真実をあんたが行使しない以上、全員が全員遺体の身元確認を誤認した可能性だってあるわ。あんたに誰も人物を誤認しないって復唱要求に応える気があるなら。嫌ですよーだ。そんな挑発には乗らないわよ。赤き真実はね、もったいぶるから効果的なのよ。たくさんの青き真実の中からたった一つだけを選び赤で叩き切る。そしてその他全ての青き真実はそれが正しかったのかどうかも明かされないまま闇に葬られて消える。その闇こそ魔女の世界。あんたに与えられる真実なんて何も存在しない。この子バカそうなふりしてなかなかだわ。決して挑発に乗りやしない。魔女の闇ってもんが何か本当のゲームマスターのベアトよりよ。そしてどうやらガープもそれをよく理解してるみたい。この死体消失の一手、ラムダとベアトの双方にとってなかなか有効だわ。とりあえず、私も死体消失について思いつく仮説を3つほど挙げてみた。1つの謎に対し3つの青きくさびだから、3つのうち1つを否定すればいいわけじゃない。3つのくさびを全て抜かない限りこの謎は貫かれている。それが魔女狩りの鉄則。くさびは1本じゃ全然足りない。くさび1本で死んでくれるのは吸血鬼程度。魔女に比べりゃ吸血鬼なんて貧弱なもんよ。
Heard the witches, vampires are weak.
くさびでめった刺しにしなきゃ死なないのよ。殺し屋だってそうでしょ。殺し屋が綺麗に一発の弾丸だけで相手を殺すなんて、本当の殺し屋なら弾倉が空になるまで全弾ぶち込むわ。あんただってそうするでしょ。無論私もよ。でもこんなのこの子のことだから赤一つで一刀両断にしてくるでしょうね。彼らの死亡宣言とクラウスの無実、この辺をちょいちょいって赤で語るだけで私のくさびは3本とも抜けてしまう。まあそれでいいんだけどね。赤き真実が出てきたらそれに合わせて再び青きくさびでめった刺しにしてやるだけのこと。それが魔女のゲームの進め方。ああ楽しい。バトラのまどろっこしい戦いにずっとイライラしてきたから本当に楽しい。ええ、分かってるわ。ラムこんなの第一の番の最初の最初。前哨戦でしょ。そうでなくっちゃ。あんたをボロボロに負けさせて悔し泣きさせて床を這いつくばらせてかきむしらせて、その可愛らしい髪の毛を掴んで床になすりつけながら笑い転げる楽しみが薄れちゃうもの。
Man, they both really like each other. Fucked up way. Lambda said something of similar kind about freaking Burn. The question arcs, a wholesome relationship. I don't know if I call it wholesome. Still in chapter 10, we keep going. The servants' quarters in the mansion had once again gone silent. Better than Crossek Natsui. What? How can you say that? The servants' quarters in the mansion had once again gone silent. There lay Genji's body, which had been covered completely with a blanket. In the ceiling of this cramped room, a pitch-black hole appeared. Captivating legs spread out, and Gap floated downward.
ごめんね、ゲンジ。そこでゆっくり永眠してたいだろうけど、そういうわけにはいかないの。後ろ宮家の最後の当主、夏日に死してなお奉公するために、ここから消えてちょうだい。
Gap stripped off the blankets as she said this to Genji, who was sleeping peacefully. Then she stared at the deep wound in his neck.
見事な切り口じゃない。まさに一刀で切ったのね。こんな真似ができるやつが権限しているの。いやね。これが可能な心当たりのあるやつに6
It goes without saying, but witches are capable of summoning beings with a strength proportional to their own rank. The Great Lady Lambda Delta called that being here as a trump card 19th. The Great Lady Lambda Delta called that being here as a trump card 19th. Is it me or is that worded weird? I think I understand this, but it seems worded weird. Even optimistically speaking, this is on par with Renove and me. A pitch black hole opened in the bed, and Genji disappeared as though the bed had swallowed him up. Just like the four in the guest house, Genji's corpse was hidden in some unknown place. It was a place that no one could find, located neither within this world nor the next. No longer would anyone be able to find their bodies. No longer would anyone be able to confirm their deaths. Genji's body was carried to that place of endless silence, where he would never be disturbed.
死体がなければ行方不明。行方不明扱いとは犯人と疑われ、同時に犠牲者とも疑われる。開かれることの決してない猫箱の中の暗闇こそ、我ら悪魔と魔女の住みか。言って遅かったわね、名探偵さん。
Shep licked her lips and swallowed.
どうしてガープ様は死体を隠して回るのかしら。知らない。でもガープ様ってなんかかっこいいよね。なんていうのか、惚れるわ。
Love
バ
gap.
カ言ってんじゃないわよ。見張りはどうしたの？人間たちがゲストハウスから戻ってくるわよ。ガープ様。
ええ、退散するわよ。これでなんとか夏日に逃げ道を作れたはず。
Shep jumped into a pitch black hole which had opened up near her feet. Someone shouted, "I'm going in too," and jumped in, followed by Asmo, who said, "Me too, me too," and hopped in giggling. As Satan hesitated over what to do, the hole closed.
煉獄の七姉妹ともあろうものが、子供みたい。
You would have loved to jump in there too.
バカみたい。
Seems fun. Satan went bright red and got angry all by herself, and turned into gold butterflies and disappeared.
ガープが5人の死体を無事に移動させたようです。
So I'm thinking back a little bit. I wonder if that what was it called? That like cassette thing that they pulled out to like record their talks and conference. I wonder if that's gonna come into play later. I feel like it wouldn't have been mentioned if it wasn't gonna be important. Hole wasn't made for her. It was too slow.
ご苦労であった。しかし次が厄介であるぞ。
源氏の死体の消失に多少は驚くでしょうが、彼らの次の関心は再び金蔵の書斎に向くでしょう。
書斎の鍵は2本。夏日が全て所持していて幸運であったな。もし源氏に1本を預けたままであったなら、それは今頃ラムダデルタ教の手に落ちていたであろう。
どうやらラムダデルタ教は金蔵の死を隠すつもりはさらさらないようですが、お嬢様が築き上げてきた堀も塔も城壁も全て見捨てて戦われるつもりのようだ。
おかしな三角対決になったものよ。
I feel like Netsui having both keys is actually troublesome, right? Is that going to be the basis for Erika's reasoning for saying that Natsui's the culprit? That she's the only one who would have entered, like, Kinzo's study? So she would naturally have some reason as to why he's not there?
我らはそれぞれが敵であり、時に意図せずして連携しておる。三つどもえが2対1になったかと思えば、逆に1対2にもなる。ほらあれだ、中国のバトルロイヤル、三国志とやらに似てるとは思わんか？
天下三分の計ですが、お嬢様にしては随分と高尚な例えですよ。
三国志って3つ国があったではないか。義と呉と蜀だったか？まるでわらわたちであるな。はて、最後に勝ったのはどの国であったか？
What? You don't know?
最後に統一したのは秦です。お嬢様のおっしゃられる三国はすべて滅びました。
ほう、これは知らなかった。てっきり三国のどれかが勝者になったとばかり。義が圧倒的に優勢だったのではないか？
帝位を腹心に奪われ、国を乗っ取られて滅びました。
In the clan, a noble family that Cao Cao invited in as advisors, eventually gained central control and a power struggle and took over the country.
参謀として招き、
Nice history lesson.
乗っ取られるか。面白いぞ、ラムダデルタ共鳴。
失礼いたします。人間たちは使用人控室にて現時の死体消失を確認。ゴールドスミス教の書斎に移動を開始しました。
Lord Goldsmith.
リーチェ、
Oh, hey, Cap.
来るがいい。来るがいい。人間どもに。
If this is a three-way fight, and the three sides are the humans, the witches, and are we? If the object of our protection is Kinzo's illusion,
我らは幻。
boom, boom, boom. All right, chapter end. Oh, what a long couple that was. Ah, the clock barely went anywhere.
夏日です。
10 wedges to pierce witches. Oh, man. I wonder... Start eating a lollipop during the middle of that. I wonder if we should go one more chapter, or stop here and then continue tomorrow. I want to like punch them 10 times. They're so annoying. I hate them. They're the worst. I didn't think it could get any worse than Eva Beatrice. It did. So horribly so. Pretty sure it's long. Yeah, probably longer than like an hour and a half. If so, then we can save it for tomorrow. Get up a little bit earlier and start around 9 instead of 10, like we did today. And try going for 5-6 hours. Man. Look, we started at the door and we're ending at the door. It's just Natsui's there now. Frantic golden drama. What chapter was that? We probably made it through like 2 or 3 chapters. The door is very important to Death Shield, to be fair. It is pretty important. It's never been more relevant. And I'm about to be so upset. So upset when we continue tomorrow. I'm gonna be so mad. Oh boy. Anyway. Guess that's a good stopping point. Oh, that, so that doesn't play that video. Oh boy. Yeah, sure. Why not? Go 2. Oh, get a big stretch. It's only been like 4.5 hours, but why does it feel like it's been much longer, dude? Why do I feel so exhausted? It's Erica, man. She exhausts me so much with everything about her. Oh. I hope Battler does something later in this episode, or like... just to do anything, man. Please. Anyway, that's gonna be it for me for today. Tomorrow we'll start a little bit earlier. Get through a bit more of the story. We gotta be over halfway through the episode, right? I can't imagine it's going on too much longer. We're at the second day already, getting through the... Already through the first Twilight, I guess. Then we're gonna see what's happened as we continue through the rest of the Twilights. I know that Hideyoshi, I think, is confirmed to be dead by the time Battler comes back and they're like midway through the game. I wonder how that happened. Oh boy. I got no ideas. I'm exhausted. I'm tired of thinking. I'm gonna start getting some lunch. Grab some food. But yeah, tomorrow we play more of this, get through more of the story. Probably not. We probably wouldn't be able to finish the episode, huh? At the very least, I think we're gonna try to get close. And then... what? What happens on Sunday? Sunday, nothing? Monday, also nothing? Maybe Rivals? Maybe I just sleep in? Oh, I still got Tai 2, right. I gotta play through that. Probably play that Monday. I got nothing else going on. In any case, that's gonna be it for me. I'm gonna... it's gonna cool down and not be so damn angry. Anyway, as always, and we're on to watch me. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you all next time. Umineko tomorrow. See ya, see ya.